Well, good morning and welcome back to Zagreb, day 2 of competition at the Zagreb Grand-Prix. And it's a very good morning to former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. Yeah, day 2, and I hope it's going to be as exciting as it was yesterday. Some great matches yesterday.
There's a real temptation. I'm really tempted to sit here and chat to Loretta about everything that happened yesterday, because we really did have a good first opening day. But for those of you that want to find out what happened yesterday, it's all online. You go back and look at all of the fights and everything, and we're going to have to move on to have a look at what's going to happen today. We've got 4 weight categories to bring to you: 2 men, 2 women, 73 and under 81 for the men, and for the women it's the under 63 and the under 70 kilo category. We're going to start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories. I'm going to start by having a look at the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. The number 2 seed is Tommy Macias of Sweden. The number 3 seed is Tohar Butbul of Israel. And the number 4 seed is Akil Zhakova of Kosovo. Loretta's going to jump in now and tell you who to look out for.
Well, going through that list, and there's 57 judokas that's going to be competing here today in this weight category. There's a couple that, for me, that has started to shine, and Anthony Zing of Germany is someone that I thought was very impressive in Hoyhot.
What a pick.
So, and in Agadir he got a bronze medal, and in The Hague he also got a bronze medal. So this is someone that's progressing really nicely. But, and I say but, possibly one of his first matches that's going to come out is Fabio Bazir, Olympic champion. Yeah. So that's going to be a tough order, but you never know. Based on his performance, for me, Zing is someone that we've got to really look out for, and obviously
good call. Yeah, good call. All right, that's in the under 73 kilo category. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 81 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Aslan Lapinigov of Russia. The number 2 seed is Fujiwara Sutaro of Japan. The number 3 seed is Matthias Kass of Belgium. And the number 4 seed is Dominik Wessel of Germany.
Well, again, 53 judokas in the 81s, but I'm going to go for the country Belgium, because I think they've got 2 very, very strong young athletes. One extremely young, Matthias Kassi, that we seen. Well, now I'm trying to remember where it was. I think it was in Agadir. He was his junior world champion. Agadir, he was silver medalist, and in The Hague he also got bronze. He's still a junior. He's actually a young lad that came through and has had an amazing performance this year. But Chuchu as well, who's a European silver medalist, and I think Belgium will be up there on that podium, and they're ones to watch out for. But obviously you've got the number 1 seed. Look out for Belgium. That's all I'm saying. In this weight category.
I think that is a good shout there with the 2 Belgians. Sami Chuchi in particular, because he's not seeded, so it's easy to pick out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are the top seeds. It's a good call to go from someone outside from that and see what happens. The only other person mentioned in there is Sagi Muki of
Muki,
Israel.
yes, yeah.
Because they're having such a time of it, aren't they, the Israelis?
So remember, there was in Düsseldorf, we watched a performance, Jallo of France.
Yeah, oh, that's
What
the top
a
boy.
thrower. That's somebody that is
Yeah.
very, very exciting to watch and could really upset. Again, a very young athlete coming through, and I think someone that you could watch out for, Jallo of France as well.
That's a good call. He's got a tough opening contest
Yes.
against Mohamed Abdallal of Egypt. He's no slouch at all. And then whomsoever wins out of the pair of those is going to have the number 2 seed, Fujiwara Sotaro, as their gift for having won their opening contest. So that could prove a little bit tricky. Okay, let's go to the under 63 kilo category. And the number 1 seed there is Tina Trstenjak of Slovenia. The number 2 seed is Nabakuranami of Japan. The number 3 seed is Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. And the number 4 seed is Martina Traidos of Germany.
Well, Trstenjak is always a great favourite. She's a performer. She's consistent in results throughout the years, and something you cannot write off. But there is, when you look at the mix that we have here, 26 athletes amongst there, and I always go into saying Edwina Gwend of Italy, because she's got beautiful judo and she does pick up the medals, so I could see her on the podium. Leszki as well, who won Düsseldorf and Agadir this year as well. Great performances, someone you cannot write, and you've mentioned her. But having a quick look here, Heka of Australia.
Yeah.
She's also had some Oceania champion in Agadir. She got a bronze medal. She had a nice performance there, and someone to be reckoned with. And in Great Britain, Amy Leavesey, again, that last year picked up some Grand Prix medals, in fact 2 Grand Prix medals and 1 Grand Slam medal, and someone that just seems to grow as we see her each time through. She gets better. So there's a few youngsters there, there's a few that are not seeded, but one to watch.
The only other person that I would add in there is down in the lower half of the draw, because with the greatest of respect to everybody in Pool D, it's not necessarily the strongest of the pools, is Magdalena Kosakova of Austria, simply because her teammate, who normally gives us some real pressure, is still not around.
Yes, that's right.
Catherine Unterwertsacher. So it's up to Maggie to see if she can do something here. She's not a bad girl. So we should see what happens with her in Pool D. It's Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard, Hannah Martin,
well, she's
Andrea
had an
Leszki
injury.
down there. Yeah.
Hannah Martin had a good performance when the first time back out from having quite a serious ankle injury. And she was obviously disappointed, but it was one back in. I think we'll get a better performance from Hannah Martin this time out.
Okay, let's see what happens there. Before we do that, we've got the under 70 kilo category to take a look at. The number 1 seed is Anna Bernholm of Sweden. The number 2 seed is Marie-Yves Gahi of France. The number 3 seed is Barbara Matic of Croatia. And the number 4 seed is Sanna van Dijk of the Netherlands.
Well, Bernholm is a bit of a favourite now for me in 70 kilos. She's had some great performances. I'm going to go with Sally Conway, which we haven't mentioned, European silver medalist, Olympic bronze medalist, and she had time out. She's had some really good performances. She got a gold medal in Paris, and for me, you cannot write her out of being in the podium. And I spoke to her in the warm-up area, Gahi of France. There's some strong athletes, but what she said, she's delighted to be in the bottom half of this draw, because Pool A and Pool B are awesome, she says. So we've just got to see how it all comes. So hopefully Sally Conway of Great Britain can get herself through there, but it's not going to be an easy ride through to that final.
She's absolutely right about Pool A, because Anna Bernholm, Gershak Sabina, Ono Yoko of Japan, Laura Vargas Koch and Megan Fletcher are all up there, include a couple of others. And the opening contest in that under 70 kilo category is a really tough one. Ono Yoko of Japan and Laura Vargas Koch. And then in Pool C, Kalita Zupancic, and as Loretta's already said, down in Pool D, Sally Conway. She faces Roxanne Taymans in her opening contest.
She has defeated Taymans before. She feels comfortable. she's got an action plan to go in for. She knows exactly what she has to do in this opening match. But what she was saying is that it's the first contest. You never know how your day's going to go until you actually get that first match under your belt, and you know you're going to have a good day or a bad day, or you're going to have to really fight through to get to that podium. So it'll be interesting to see how she does fare out today.
We're going to go straight to mat 2 to see the opening contest in the under 73 kilo category. That features Lucas Reiter of Austria. He's up against Eric Ham of Great Britain. It's Reiter in the white judogi, Ham in blue.
Well, this young man from Great Britain, Eric Ham, has been quite impressive the couple of times that we've seen him now on this tour. And he's a young athlete that's coming through, and he's got a lot of confidence out there, but a lot of maturity in his judo, and is someone to watch for the future.
Right, he was a little bit over-ambitious there as he tried to twist and take Ham over.
Well, as you would expect, both looking a little bit apprehensive here. So neither one of them want to make a mistake. It's the opening round. It's the first match of the day of this mat. And so they're playing on the side of being cautious. Reiter, as you would expect from the Austrians, very quick to react into the knee waza, looking for the shimmy waza there, as you could see. And Eric Ham defending as much as he possibly can, but what a naive thing to do for Eric Ham. He lifted his head up and more or less gave Reiter a nice control over that neck. That was he done well.
Mercifully for Eric, he was able to trap the leg.
Yes.
He may have given up the top half. He just about managed to trap that leg. And
well, I thought that Reiter could have actually gone for that shimmy waza. He gave him the ammunition for it. There was no doubt about that. An attempt of a Cianagi there. Obviously felt that there was too much resistance from Ham. Ham coming in with the left hand on his opponent's right lapel, turning through what looked to be the Cianagi. Didn't leave himself much space to maneuver in through that Cianagi. He needs to create a bit more space between him and his opponent. Obviously having his right sleeve controlled nicely by Reiter. But for Reiter, he's not really using it, considering he has that controlling factor. Yoso Tagari attempts, Cianagi to, Ham left himself a little bit vulnerable there. He was off on the heels, balance in the wrong direction.
single Shido against Eric Ham. That's the only mark on the board at the moment. A little over a minute left to go.
Well, Reiter, as you can see, with that right high collar grip, drawing Ham's head down, making him look very uncomfortable there and quite passive. Ham comes in for what looks to be an attempt of a Makukomi. Wasn't as convincing as we would hope for.
Gives the impression of being physically fit, so perhaps the longer the contest goes on for him, maybe the better it is for Eric.
Well, the boys train hard
Yeah.
in the centuries. He's out of Warsaw, and the conditioning program is very sophisticated and personalized towards each individual athlete. So Eric has that under his belt, knowing that he comes into these tournaments well prepared, if anything, and it's now just building the confidence up and experience that they need on a world circuit.
Still just that single Shido. No problems really. I don't think he's been threatened standing up. Just once on the ground, he looked as though he might be a little bit vulnerable, but he
Yes,
escaped.
he did. He looked very vulnerable on the ground. That was the thing that concerned me. Now, the second Shido for breaking up that grip, and which obviously referee didn't like. 2 Shidos now, which changes the dynamics slightly going into this golden score. And this is a real problem for Eric Ham. He cannot afford to make any silly errors here as he forfeits the round. But Reiter, Lucas, it looks like he's picked up a slight injury to the hand. He looks very uncomfortable out there at the moment.
We start with golden score. Not what either of them wanted. I'm certain of it.
And Reiter throws that right hand over the top, draw his opponent down. Sodi attempt. Really has to engage a little bit more now. He looks very defensive with that arm. Oh! Well, he was unsettled right from the beginning with that right hand that came over the top. He was threatened with an attack, and sadly, Ham reacted poorly on that judgment and more or less threw himself. So Lucas Reiter goes through to the second round, and sadly for Ham of Great Britain, that one match experience is the only thing that he takes home today.
Let's go down to mat number 1. We're going to take a look at the contest between Ono Yoko of Japan and Laura Vargas-Koch of Germany. It's Ono in the white judogi, Vargas-Koch in blue. It was something that we mentioned when we had our pre-match look at the different weight categories. The first round match between Ono of Japan and Vargas-Koch, and here they are. Vargas-Koch has got her head bandaged. It's a legacy of midweek.
The European team
midweek
championships.
bash, in Ekaterinburg. It's not a big cut, but it's in a spot that needs some tape that can only be kept on by that large bandage, which is unfortunate.
Because we saw her wandering around earlier on in the warm-up area, and it's a slight cut over on the, I believe, on the right eye.
Yeah.
But and she just had like a wee plaster, but obviously the bandage is there to stop it being rubbed and to obviously not to hold up any delays within the contest as well from a smaller bandage coming off through sweat. She's getting her head dragged down a little bit here. Ono taking full advantage of controlling the pace of this contest. Ono taking the gold in Dusseldorf this year, and also his current Asian champion. And oh, a lovely Kouchigari there, beautifully executes, stumbles her opponent down. Sadly didn't get a score there, but nicely executed. Follows through into the Niwaza. Doesn't look as if there's much on offer there for her, but she had a bit of a go down there in the Niwaza. Well, Vargas-Koch at that time turning into her opponent's left side, possibly wasn't trying to break the left grip down by bracing a little bit more weight on that high collar grip that's causing Vargas-Koch a few problems there. Ono picking up the first Shido, so it's 2-1.
Just crushing Vargas-Koch there a little bit, and the referee deciding that was worthy of a penalty.
Well, Vargas-Koch there came in for the Uchimata, leaving that elbow up a little bit too high. Just didn't really have the power to generate for a finish. And Ono now looking for the Niwaza opportunity, turned quite swiftly her opponent over, and Vagasco there in a lot of trouble. The Osakomi has been called with the Yoko Shio Gatami. And stables quite nicely for a win into the next round. Well, she just rescued that within a split second of the gong going. So Laura did extremely well to get out of there. It was all, for me, it was all over and done with. But shows the determination of this young lady from Germany, who has another chance of moving through to the second round.
Well, she does still have a chance. It's a slim one. There's only 42 seconds left to go. She trails by Wazari. Also picked up 2 penalties, so can't afford an error.
One thing she's got is that she has lovely ouchigaris. The rear attack, she's very, very strong. And if she could get those long legs through and past the strong defences, the arm defences there is there at this moment, especially for Ono's left hand when she gets connected with the high collar, it causes Vagasco a lot of problems. As you can see, she's desperately trying to get those legs across. The Uchimata, the ouchigari, but for me, the strongest attack was the ouchigari we saw earlier on, and we haven't actually seen that since.
Maybe she just hasn't had an opening, hasn't felt confident enough to launch there.
Well, I think when you get to those sort of latter seconds of a contest, confidence
Got to
isn't
find a
in
way.
it. You've just got to do it, haven't you? It's like it's either you win or you lose, and it doesn't matter. What have you got? You've got it all to gain and nothing to lose when you're Wazari down and seconds left.
Oh no, Yoko it is who puts out Laura Vagasco in the first round. We're going to go down to mat number 3. Murat Bektaş of Turkey faces Jorge Fernandez of Portugal. Bektaş has just been given a nip on down there, so he wins out after a golden score, minute 25 of golden score. But coming on to mat number 1 is Armando Molosmani of Albania. He faces Fabio Basile of Italy. Loretta spoke about Basile and the possible second round matchup. So let's have a look at the Olympic champion from the under 66 kilo category. Molosmani in white, Basile in blue. What kind of haircut is he sporting this week?
The Italian stallion, isn't he, really? But what a character and a half this man from Italy is, Basile. Who was it that we were chatting away to him, and he was... tournament was that this year?
He's always chatting.
I'm just trying. He was absolutely hysterical. It'll come to me. Ekaterinburg. That's where it was.
Okay.
Full of life there. Picked up a bronze medal. We were all thinking that the Olympic champion was going to win it, but he had a great performance, considering it was one of his first packs since... beautiful as she was there. Took the feet from under him. Well, Basile, as expected, in style, goes through to the second round for Italy in the under-73s. And the next one will be a
big screen in the venue.
Beautifully. It was that side skip. Monomani just walked straight into it. Well, he skipped into it. That's what he did.
Yeah, it looks from the first part as though it's going to be a Kuriashi Barra. Then he just turns, Molosmani, he turns, so he only catches just that little... It's like a
Kosoto.
It's almost like Kosoto, yeah.
It's like a Kosoto.
Yeah.
It had the side skip and it was side. That's when Basile came in, but his reaction was to turn his back on his opponent, which meant that the Kosoto was there just to finish it off. but the skip, he just walked in, well, he skipped into it. That's the problem there.
Right, who have we got up on mat number 3 now? The screen just went off just as I was looking at the name there. Julian Pitkovici of Moldova faces Emmanuel Nati of Ghana.
Well, this Emmanuel Nati, he's well, he obviously trains out of the Bath University in the UK. My goodness me, he's struggling a little bit out here, but has had a lot of experience under his belt on the World Tour. Struggling a little bit with the Moldovan, who looks very energetic out there. And there was one of those turnovers that I just thought, do you know, I would have given it a score. It was that dynamic. Yes, that's what I thought. It was so dynamic. It was very, very close to the ground. It'd be interesting to see that again, because he'd done it literally 3 times. But
I think we'll get to have another look at that now.
well, definitely a good call, because it was very dynamic and really caught Emmanuel Nati. Very cold there.
There we go.
Chigari. Kochi. It was this. This is the bit.
Right.
So
I'm just
that
going to
was-
have a
yeah.
word with Mr. Nati to ask him what it was that he thought was wrong with that, because that was a beauty.
That was beautiful,
You
wasn't
know,
it?
I don't want to rub it in, but he stood there complaining and gesticulating. What about?
Well, there you have it. He came in with one attack, Ochigari, Sianagi, Kochigari. He went round with the collar and then spun as Nati was brought his head up, spun behind him, lifted him and smashed him for 10. Definitely Ippon. Nice bit of judo. Well, now we have Kanovitz and Moledin of Egypt. Kanovitz from the Ukraine in the white, Moledin of Egypt in blue. Kanovitz there, as you can see, trying to desperately to control, get the most controlling grip here. Seems to be tied up a little bit by the Egyptian's grips, as you can see there on our screen. That left hand controlling the right sleeve of Kanovitz. Poor judgment there for that Sianagi, left himself a little bit short as he came through for the Sianagi. Oh, well, that was definitely a blatant drop there, and picks up a penalty for that effort. Well, the Egyptian really has to be careful on making silly errors like that. Moyelendin of Egypt. Wazari down now. 2 minutes remaining, halfway through this contest. You just get the impression and feel that Kanovitz is just building himself up for something special. He's just taking a little bit more time. He's up against a very strong Egyptian that's obviously unsettled him slightly, but not threatened, I don't think, technically. There you have that, Sodi. Yeldin there looking very dangerous with the Sodi as he kind of throws that arm over the top. The Egyptian takes that sleeve and breaks it across. And there you have it. Oh, yes! Now that's it. Ippon. Looks for the Sodi, but then the Ouchigari was there. Nice bit of judo. Definitely didn't expect that to happen. And a very convincing win. He looked so powerful out there, and Kanovich really struggled right through this contest to take any control. You see the high collar grip he got, but then he switched sides. He turned in for the Sianagi, but then switched when he got the reaction from Kanovich. Hooking in for the Ouchigari. Nice bit of judo. So Moyeldin goes through to the next round. He'll be up against the Moldovan a little bit later on, so it'll be interesting to see how he pans out against him in the second round. Now we have a look and see what's going on. Rizmabetov of Kyrgyzstan against the Godizevich in blue. Oh, lovely lift there, accelerating more with that leg as it came through the centre. Well, this young man from Montenegro really is punishing the Kyrgyzstan out there quite considerably. Mamatov really has to now start taking a little bit more ownership of this contest. Struggling with that high collar grip there. Well, this has been a real battle between these athletes, very closely matched. This young athlete from Montenegro really looking to show the stronger of the two and domination throughout this. And now we're into the golden score. Well, neither one of them very close to scoring at this moment. Risma starting to look a little bit more feisty out there. He's accelerated a little bit to try and get back into this. Up until now he's been playing a real chasing game in this contest. Struggles with the grips from the Montenegrin. Comes in with a Sianagi. Good strong attack, got the lift, didn't sadly get the rotation at the end. Positioning with that arm was just a little bit too loose. Gardasevic really looks very powerful in the grips. He has that Sianagi we've seen a couple of times now, which has been a real threat. We're into a minute and a half of this contest, the golden score, and still neither one of them you could write off in going through to the second round.
Next contest on the two. First round, weighing 73 kilograms.
Well, Risma looks very busy, but really has struggled against the powerful grips of his opponent. As you can see that Gardasevic there throws that left hand over the back, and when he does, it really causes a few problems. Well, it has been a battle and a half of the Kumikata, there's no doubt about it, and both leaving very little opportunities for one another to come through for a finish, an attack on this. So the second Shido now goes to White. Risma really now changing under a lot of pressure. Two Shidos, one more would result in the hand Sokimaki, the high collar, deep grip there and into the Makikomi. Well, now is this a real major turnaround? Well, there you have it. Something you would most probably have never predicted that was going to happen after all we have seen for the past 6.5 minutes. Rizmambetov there turns it all around. He struggled right from the beginning. He didn't look like he had a shout in getting through to the second round. But there you have it, the ultimate mistake made by Blue, and definitely capitalized from Rizmambetov. And he'll be up against Butbol a little bit later on. So it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. So now we're coming up to staying with the under 73 kilo category. Martin Franusik from Croatia, and as you can hear the crowd at the back all supporting, he's got a big fan base here today. And he's up against Daniel Powell of Great Britain in the blue. So Croatia in white, Great Britain blue, the first round. And the second match in Pool D with the under 73s. Franusik there as he rotates his opponent over, looking to create an opening there for himself.
Goal score on mat 2. Next contest on the 31. First round, women under 7 kilograms. In blue judo representing India, Garima Chowdhury. In white judo representing Germany, Sasha.
Well, 2 minutes and 42 seconds, and this looks like just seeking a little bit of medical attention there. Nothing serious. For Daniel Powell, it's just composing himself out there and trying to stay focused, which is always a very difficult thing. Very lonely place to be, out in the center of the tatami. To stay very much in the zone. You can see him, he's looking over to see what attention Croatian is getting at this moment, and now we see him is just returning to the contest area. And we will resume this match. And now I'm delighted to say joining us is Esther Stam. Good morning.
Good
or are we afternoon yet?
No, we're pretty much in the morning.
Yeah, we're still much in the morning. It just feels like it's been quite some time. We've had a few slow matches here that have gone golden score, and obviously participating on more of the cautious side. I suppose no one really wants to make silly errors in the earlier rounds, because that's an early shower for them for the day, and it's a long way to travel to go out on one match. But it's been slightly slower, the matches we've watched. I haven't seen any others. I'm not quite sure if you've managed to see some of the other mats and see what's been happening. Any upsets at all?
I don't think there were great upsets yet. And
Yet.
There's always going to be some.
Yes.
But it's what you say. You first have to do your warm-up a little bit, and there's some nerves yet. You don't want to lose in the first round.
Yeah.
So, no fireworks yet, I think. But we'll see in the next rounds.
Yes, definitely. Well, this has been a real battle here between these two athletes, very closely matched. A minute and a half remaining. There's a Shido apiece for both of them. There's a real battle of the Kimikata, but high collar grip there from the Croatian, drawing Powell's head down. A little bit uncomfortable with that. Thought the best option would be to tuck under. Picks up the second Shido for that action though, and now changes the dynamics of this contest quite considerably, because he really cannot afford to make any more silly errors like this.
On mat 2, first round, men representing 3 kilos. In blue, representing the Netherlands, Kenneth Henry. In white, representing Albania.
And we'll see in the next round of mat 1, we'll see Sally Conway.
Yes,
Olympic
definitely.
medalist.
And Taymans.
Excited for that.
That'll be interesting, yes. I had a chance to speak to her before in the warm-up area. Oh, nice drop. There was a lovely Cianagi there, beautifully executed. Just didn't have that little finish to the end of it. But it was a great opportunity there for Powell.
41 seconds left. But he does have to put in attacks now.
That's it. Well, 2 Shidos
Can't wait too long.
But they. Yes, that was a really nice move, wasn't it?
Yep.
For me, do you know what? I think it was so close for a score.
I think that for me that was a Wazari, but
So did I, because it was a continuous action.
But let's see what they
But
are
he's-
say. Yeah, they're going to give Wazari.
Yeah. So there was Ari Aseti upon, and Daniel Powell of Great Britain goes through to the next round. Well, he really had to work for that. There's no doubt about it. But in the last minute, he just took ownership of that contest.
Nice work from Daniel Powell.
So we'll swiftly move up to mat number 1.
For the first round for men representing 3 kilos. In blue for Portugal, Judo Grand-Prix. In white for Switzerland, Nils Stone.
So we can move across to mat number 1.
Oh, meanwhile we're waiting. We're still seeing mat number 3 with Vatsim Choka in white for Belarus and Alexandru Raiku
Raiku,
for
yeah.
Romania.
Well, Raiku straight into the attack.
Immediately action.
Straight, they were a very aggressive start there. Follows through into the Niwaza, starts to punish him down in the ground there, looking to create an opportunity for himself. But if anything, it was a big warning saying, look, I'm up for this. And you're really going to have a battle on your hands here. So really setting the pace and the trend of this contest. Shoku dropping under his opponent there, didn't really get any sort of finishing touch to that movement. Belarusian wraps up his opponent's left arm there, comes round the back. Now,
Didn't get it really close.
well,
That's a
Raku's
nice
starting
movement.
to look at, he was looking a little bit negative there, wasn't he, with that arm based on around the waist behind at the back. Obviously Raku, he favours the Niwaza. He looks comfortable down in the ground. He's got that high collar grip, drawing his opponent's head down.
That was nice movements from both of them.
Yes. Shoka trying to rotate his opponent over in the Niwaza. Didn't manage to get that lift.
No, they do have the big hip movements, but I think the upper side is a little bit too loose.
It's one of those movements you have to get the arm right across the back and more or less under the armpit to get that levering effect
Yep.
with the leg and the arm working at the same time. Well, Shoka looking a little bit uncomfortable there, and he's
Yeah, these
Just-
moments
yeah, it looks like it's a moment of time really that leg will come out, and
he managed to come out. But those moments are always dangerous if you're laying on your back.
yes,
The next contest
it's not the wisest position to be in, and it's not the most comfortable. Totally zaps your energy, but I think what we'd like to do is to go across to mat number 1, where we're going to see the under 70 kilos. So if you still wanted to watch at the 73 kilos, you can do. You can just switch it across and continue watching that match. But we're here now looking at Sally Conway of Great Britain in the white, and she's up against, representing Belgium, Roxanne Taemans. Now this is going to be a really interesting match. Now Sally, obviously Olympic bronze medal, European silver medalist. She got a medal she won the gold in Paris as well. So this year, coming back from the Olympic Games and that height of everyone floating around on cloud nine, she's come back and she's settled in now in the build-up for Olympic qualification and obviously the World Championships this year. She has defeated Taemans before. Talking to her in the warm-up area, she looked very relaxed, and for me, looking at Sally Conway, she's got one of these smiles that just lights up a room. But my goodness me, when she gets on that mat, she's a wee demon out there. She's so
She is.
an aggressive, strong athlete.
She's really good at pushing the pressure. You cannot take off your guard for even 1 second, because then she will be dangerous. She's dangerous with the Ashiwaza. She can follow up really quickly on the ground, and Nawaza is really strong. And I think she's one of the judokas that you were always thinking, why didn't she get a big medal? Because she was winning Grand Slams, she was beating the top people. And I think in Rio it all happened. And then after that you saw she got more confidence, more experience.
Oh,
that's
good.
really
Harai
nice.
Makakomi, beautifully done. And a nice finish through into the second round. Well, you talked so much there. I've obviously known Sally since she was 12 years of age, and she was on my cadet junior squad and before going into the senior. But you're talking from being the experience of competing against her.
I did. And
Yes. So you know exactly the moves and how she physically feels out there. And you were spot on there, that someone who puts so much effort into her training and has so much desire to win wasn't really getting those results that reflected the amount of work that she put in. And like you said, the Olympic Games, that Olympic bronze medal was a turning point psychologically, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It made her believe that she was capable of doing, and I think that was only the biggest factor that was weak in Sally, was her ability to believe in herself. Physically, she had all the attributes. Didn't believe enough in herself. And I think this is where we're going to see a massive difference and build up to the Olympic Games for her.
Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting.
So look and see what's there on offer at the moment. I think we could stick to 70 kilos at this moment. We have Tremblay of Canada coming up with Olsen of Denmark, so that will be a very interesting match. But here we have just scoring Wazari is the Slovenian. Now the Slovenian team are very strong, and again this is a weight category that you could talk to the high heavens about, being your weight as well for such a long time. You've come across majority of these women throughout your career, haven't you? And looking at that lineup, who would you pick out as your favourite, really, for going through to that final position, or your top 4 podium positions?
I think that's better to say, because there are really some top fighters here, and I would say Bernholm as the top seed for sure, and I'm really happy to see her doing so well. She was always training so hard, and a few changes really made it go
She's
for her.
progressed nicely,
Yep.
hasn't she? She's matured into this position in this weight category so well.
Yes, and Ona Yoko, she's always really strong, and I would not be surprised if she came on top of the podium in the end of the day. You have Sanne van Dijken, she's so strong, she has great throwing skills, and but she's up against Michaela Polares, and they're both really growing. They're really on top of in the world circuit.
I was very impressed in Hooihot with Sanne van Dijk. She was excellent. She had a great performance. She won the gold medal there, but my goodness me, what a performance she gave throughout that day, and someone that, like you say, has grown, and she is really one to reckon as for me as well.
And then for me in the next quarter, you have, I think, Gahi, Supankic and Diedrich. All three can in the end be on top. So Gahi is the one with the biggest strength, I guess. She's so physically strong and overpowering the others. But then, yeah, I think Diedrich has a great throwing skill, and she keeps pushing until the last second.
And Sapanic, you've got there.
Supankic, she's just a tough one.
She's a strong girl.
So
the question I ask you is the question I asked in the warm-up to Sally Conway. Looking at that draw, which side would you like to be? Which half would you like to be if it was you?
I think, to be honest, it doesn't matter so much. I think in every half there you have really top fighters. So sometimes you have a better half, but I think here it's not so easy.
Yes. Well, it's
nice.
Conway actually said, she says, I am glad I'm in the bottom half.
Oh, you think
so? When we look even just in Pool A, Bernholm, you've got Gershek, Ono, Vagoskov, and you've got Yilmaz. Well, straight away, you've got 5, 6. No, 5 you've got there that are really, really strong in Pool A. And then you've got Sanne van Dijk, you've got Polias, you've got Niang of Morocco, and I reckon Emily Souk as well. I think she's actually a very strong young athlete coming through. So when you pick out then, it's Pool A and Pool B is actually a scary. So when she looked at that, she went, well, yes, like you say, there's always going to be tough opposition. You won't compete with them all. But she says, I am glad I'm in the bottom. So obviously her style and the way she fights suits Pool C and Pool D. But it was interesting, her views on that.
And in the meantime, we have only 30 seconds left in the fight, with Broly leading with Wazari. And Natasha Ausma is trying everything to get its score back.
She's battled away, hasn't she? But she really is finding it difficult against the Slovenian. And we're not surprised, really. The Slovenian team have produced some really strong athletes, haven't they? They've got some great results. In the weight categories 63 and 70 kilos, they do so well there in those middleweights. But in general, We've got some strong athletes coming through and some young ones.
And
some
how
very young ones.
motivating is it if you have 2 Olympic champions in your
Definitely,
in your team, you know?
yeah. It's so inspiring, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there was a great saying that we have, well, I suppose it's throughout,
She's just,
success breeds success.
yeah, that's it. Just enough for Broly. It was, I think, in the end a close fight, but Natasha Ausma couldn't get over it.
Yes. So Broly goes through to the next round of the under 70 kilos. And she'll be up against Conway in the next round. And that will be quite a challenging one for her. Yes, we'll go across to mat number 2 now with the under 73s.
Sportov is really struggling to keep that outside. Sportov for me is a really good fighter, so I'd like to see him again today.
Yeah, he is. I've seen him perform a few times now, and he's been quite impressive. He's someone that is actually growing in confidence each time we see him. Sportov goes through to the next round, and it'll be interesting to see who he has with Draskovic. I'm not quite sure the winner of that one. We'll have to look that up to see who his next match will be in the second round. We'll have Ukraine coming up, and Hamad.
I don't know these fighters, so let's see.
It'll be interesting to see how they perform.
Yeah.
They've come onto the scene, and so really for a first match, it's a good one for them.
Yeah, I guess if you're new to the circuit, you don't hope for a top
Yes,
seed.
yeah.
And that's what you need in the world circuit, basically. You need, if you want to get to the higher rankings, you need to be able to defeat one of the top seed fighters.
Battle of the Kinikata at the moment. Both Ukraine desperately trying to get a little bit frustrated there, isn't he? He's not getting his own way at the moment, as you would say. Comes across, takes that lapel, draws on that lapel, but you can see he's grappling away, trying to get that sleeve grip.
So we managed to get a Judo out of that. So I think Abdullah Hamad is just trying to get active and get Artem Kamula off his plan. And
Oh, beautifully done. Uchimata. Well, that was a nice finish. As you
could
can see the frustration. He had
Yeah.
the lapel and he was desperate to get that sleeve. As soon as he did, Uchimata
you could
was
see the
there.
difference in strength, and it was, I think, a matter of time before
Definitely.
Kamila could make a good technique.
Definitely. You could see he was getting a little bit frustrated at the beginning.
Yeah.
He had the lapel. He was able to draw on that. But you could see him. He was reaching forward for that sleeve all the time. And he just wasn't getting the opportunity. As soon as he did get the connection, the Uchimata was there ready for him. That was a nice finish.
If you know you're going to be more strong or the better fighter, you have to be patient, but also you don't have to be too patient. Before you know it, you can
Yes.
get like 2 Shidos, and then you cannot make another mistake. So I think he did a good job here.
Yeah, I think with the refereeing as well, they're looking for more the advances towards the build-up towards throwing. And I think a referee would see that he's got a strong lapel grip. He's got that control. You could see him advancing. He was trying to reach forward. He was desperate to get that sleeve. So it wasn't negative at all in any way. It was a matter of both battling away with the kumikata, and the referee did really well with that match. And the athlete himself, although he looked a little bit frustrated, it was he took his time. Oh, now we're into Orazalin and Nakano of the Philippines.
That's going to be a clashing of styles.
Yes, well, Nakano, I've seen him a few times, and you sort of straight away, wrongly or rightly, you say Philippines, and you go, well, how much judo do they have in the Philippines and how strong? But this young lad, I've seen him a couple of times now, and when he gets an opportunity, he can perform well. He's got nice judo. I think what he does lack is the aggressive approach in the judo, the strength that backs that skill up. We're both picking up a Shido apiece now. Nakano, you can see, reaching forward. He's got the lapel. He looks like he's trying to get that sleeve. The reason he's trying to get that sleeve is because normally the arm comes over the top and pulls his head down, which means that it blocks any intention of coming through nice and upright and getting the opportunity to enter into his attack. So this is where I was saying that technically he's got nice judo, but he does get outpowered.
You can see that, or you can see it here.
Orazalin looking for he's got that arm lock, but has he
looking bad? Oh my god!
Well, he seems to be flexible enough to get out of there. Well, hyper flexible, but no, it's not. He's not executed the arm, but obviously he's got very hyper flexible arms there to be able to get that.
If I would be laying there, my arm would be broken right now.
No, he would have been hitting it with the soft bit, as I would say. He'd be pulling it out of its socket. But majority of people would have been submitting to that.
Yeah, and in the end, you never know now if he's fighting, if he has a lot of pain on his arm. You don't see it.
I don't think he is. Yeah. So I don't think. Well, possibly now going to pick up. Well, he's just tidying up. You always get that sort of feel that when they ask them to tidy up their kit, especially when one's got two Shidos, you're expecting the third and final Shido to come.
And also when you see the kumikata, it's not really going well and easy.
Nakano definitely has been outpowered. There was a desperate attack there and under a lot of pressure. I think this is possibly... Oh, he's been... Let's let it ride, but no, I think they're going to... That's it. It's the third and final Shido that's going to be awarded to Nakano of the Philippines.
For me, it wasn't that he didn't want to make a good attack. It was not a false attack, but he was just...
He was just outpowered, wasn't he? Definitely outpowered in this contest. And technically, I believe that he's got a lot of judo to offer, but needs to bulk up a little bit. Needs to just get aggressive out there.
Yeah. He needs to do his strength training.
Oh, definitely.
So let's see.
Well, we haven't visited any of the 63s as yet, so maybe we can go across up to mat number 1.
First round for men under 63 kilos.
Daria Davidova in white and Kristina Cabana in blue.
And Davidova there with a Wazari, 1 minute remaining in the contest, so she's in a nice comfortable lead leading into the last minute of this contest. And as you can see, she's throwing that left hand, trying to get that left hand high on the collar. She's connected with the lapel.
Yeah, I think Kristina Cabana is making a lot of progress. She's especially a hard fighter. I trained with her quite a bit, and I think she just needs to keep going to the tournaments and get better and better. And I think she has a shot at getting a medal, but maybe it's a little bit too soon today.
Yes, just more international experience, isn't it, really? But what you do find is that the Spaniards, they go quiet for a wee while, don't they? And they don't seem to pick up some of the results. And then within a year, you start seeing progression like this, we're seeing now with Cabana. And before you know it, they're on the podium and at a very high level, at world, Olympic and European level. And they've had a lot of success over the years when we think about it. They do seem to produce one or two very, very strong athletes.
I think at the moment the 70 of Spain is very strong.
Yes, definitely.
With Benabo, but also with
Benabo I love. I think she's an absolute brilliant fighter.
Really strong fighter. And before she was only strong, she wouldn't have the skill, and now she, in the last year, she added skill.
Yes, I remember coming through as a junior, and she was so aggressive and she was so out of control. Yeah. I don't think she realised what she was capable of doing. I don't think she even knew what her next move was going to be. It was just pure feel and going caution to the wind. It was like, I'll just put it in because I feel like it's right. Not having any game plan at all. There was no sort of, you couldn't say that she had the sort of practical game plans, sort of technical input to her judo. She was just wild. It was a wild performance. But like you say, over the years, she's added that technical flair, and she now is a bit more that she has a game plan of what she's going to do when she goes into this contest.
Yeah. And now we're watching Amy Lively in blue and Gili Sharir in white. Gili Sharir is like a big talent.
Still to really get the big break, though. I think
she's really young. So.
She's young. She has she has a great performance. She's got a gutsy performance. She's quite aggressive out there when she wants to be.
Yeah.
Amy Livesey, again, when we talk about Gili, she's exactly the same. This is somebody that every time she comes out on the world circuit, she gains a lot of experience and confidence out there. Both her and her sister have progressed very nicely within the GB team, and this is somebody that is earmarked.
That was really beautiful.
Lovely, lovely technique there.
She was putting on the pressure on the top, and then when she switched the direction, that was really clever.
Well, in Great Britain, they've got a few athletes now that you should see them in Randori at home. They're battling away, they're ripping each other apart. So for them, that's just a normal day occurrence. When they come on here, it's just second nature to them. You've got the likes of Lucy Renshaw, and you've got the Sally Conways, and you've got Natalie as well. So you imagine all these girls together at high quality. It's no wonder there's injuries at home with just basic training, because they're trying to kill each other half the time. But it gives a great a great performance here. That's the thing. That's the most important. Well, Livesey in the ground. She's very comfortable down there, and she was looking for an opportunity to capitalise in the Newaza. Sadly, there wasn't that opportunity. Shari really very strong in defence in the Newaza. Strong grip there, but she's looking a little bit apprehensive, isn't she, against Amy Livesey?
She does, and I think she's really struggling with the right hand of Amy Livesey.
She's got her right hand tied up quite nicely, and it's been controlled
and she
very
needs
well.
to get out of that, and this is just basically that attack won't help you.
Well,
even
it
will
was a
get you
very
Shido.
yeah. It looked more of a desperate
Yeah.
attack to get
Oh,
out
that's
of
really nice.
a really uncomfortable situation. Well, she stepped across there, nicely done. But do you know, her technique came from having a very good controlling grip, that
Yep.
high collar and that sleeve grip. She just played with that right through and stabbed across for the Tayatoshi, the Hara Uchimatas. This is what she does, and she does it so well.
Here you can see it again.
Kosota, the Uchimata,
I like it
powered.
that and that she combines the two directions. It's
Yes.
really good.
Well, what she did there was the Kosoto,
Just got her
she
off
got
guard
the
a little bit.
brace.
Yes.
She got the brace, the reaction from the Israelian. As you can see, touched, she braced it, which meant that she put her weight forward, which just steps through nicely to break a balance for the Uchimata.
Sometimes it can be easy, you know. It's not rocket science. Just
No.
change the direction a little bit, and that's
Yeah.
all you need.
You tend to find that more with athletes, good judo athletes, good technical athletes, because they react well.
Yeah.
So, and that's when you can throw a good athlete, because they do sense
That's
the
true.
danger. You have a good commitment with your first attack. When we talk about combinations, it isn't just making lip service to the first attack. You've got to mean the first attack, and if you get that, you get the better reaction for the combination. So a lot of them say, well, the combination, touch the Kosota, but you're not getting the reaction
No.
for the Uchimata if you don't make a commitment to it.
Here we see Svetlana Dakic in blue and Sofia Bellatar in white from Morocco. I don't know these girls.
Bellatar, she's a very strong athlete. Well, I think all the Moroccan women are,
Yep.
are very powerful. They're scary out there.
I think they have a big group, and we saw some results for the lightweights. They have a lot of good lightweights, but I think because they have such a big group and they started to do more training camps, it's only a matter of time before they're gonna get better results. Also in the 63, 70.
Well,
I'm excited for that.
You see that they're hosting a lot more world-class events
Yeah.
in Morocco and in the African nations. That they are starting to become much more stronger, because they're getting more exposure of what is classed as world-class judo, and this is building up their knowledge. They've got a good technical base that's going on. They're good to build on young athletes like this.
And I think with Rizlan Zouak and Asma Niang, they got two athletes that really inspire the other girls to
Yes.
train hard, to do well, and they saw what was possible. So, yeah, I think that was really important in the development of the Morocco girl, the women judo.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot more strength coming out of the African continent altogether, because
Yeah.
there has been so much exposure there for these athletes, and we're starting to see it pay off here on the world circuit. Well, Bellatar desperately looking to try and get, she's got that leg caught up there, but she was looking to try and secure the Osakumi. Drakic really now having to push her way through. On the receiving end now of a Wazari, and with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining, she goes into ground, and that's where the clock gets eaten up and the time just sort of ticks away nicely for Bellatar. Tactically a good ploy to be in is in the Niwaza for her, but for the Serbian, she really needs to get back up on her feet and start coming back into this contest.
Yeah, if you're behind in 1.5 minutes,
Yeah.
it's just nothing.
Unless your forte is Niwaza and you can do
Mhm.
something down there, which obviously isn't the case here in this contest. Oh. Svetlana really struggling there, as you can see once more on the receiving end in the Niwaza. And just on those two occasions, we're now down to the last minute of this contest.
And it's going to be interesting in the next round, because then we are going to see the top seeds fighting. And I'm really excited for Tina Trivniak, how she's going to do. Mabakura, Leski. They really have strong fighters today in the 63.
Well, just 40 seconds remaining. Only one sheet on the board, so you can comfortably say that she can play a little bit here and not engage too much. Oh, Sianagi there, beautifully executed. Well, this is where you will see the Serbian. She really is now trying desperately to come back. She's chasing it, and she walked straight onto the Sianagi, and that's always the danger when you're down.
Yeah, but you kind of have to.
You have to, yeah. There's no doubt about it, and you cannot fault her commitment out there. She desperately wants to win this, but she's been up against a tough opponent that's challenged her right from the beginning.
Yeah, and it's always so difficult nowadays. You have only 4 minutes. If you're gonna get a Wasari in the beginning, you're gonna have to put on so much pressure. You're not gonna get the Shido so easily. It's really tough to come back from a Wasari nowadays.
Yeah, it's interesting you're saying with the 4 minutes, you say that as 4 minutes is nothing.
No, it can be very long also.
I know, I think 4 minutes would be a lifetime out there for me. Give it 1 minute, I'd be quite happy. I'll do whatever I've got left in the tank in 1 minute. After that, I'm not worth anything. So that's the difference.
Yeah, that's true. But for me, I'm always, I don't like it when fighters their tank is empty, you know.
Yes.
Because I think that's all training, and sometimes it's losing the weight, so it's a little bit different. But I think if you're gonna fight at these tournaments, your shape has to be perfect, and you should be able to make a fight of maybe 8-10 minutes. You should be prepared for that.
Oh, definitely. And you know what? The world circuit now, over the years, this is what we have seen. They are athletes. There's no doubt about it. I get frustrated sometimes where I would never remark on someone of a really poor performance and look like they weren't engaged, because I don't believe for 1 minute that any of these athletes have come here to lose.
No.
They all come here to do their best, to give a good performance, and it's just the case that they're just not good enough at this moment in time. But it didn't mean that they didn't want it, and they didn't prepare to the best of their ability at this particular time. And this is where we're seeing, when we've got the golden scores, some of them are going out. I think the longest golden score I've seen is been close to 11 minutes. Now, how on earth can someone keep going for and still have more to give? We were actually applauding them at the end because it was still exciting in 10 minutes of judo. You just think, how would you ever have seen that? Sadly, it was in my day. Oh, you wouldn't have. We would have been dying, absolutely dying, because the knowledge and the expertise and the professional team that are around these athletes today are so different. And I sound like a really old lady when I say this, but in our time we didn't have that professional sort of support and knowledge that there is and has been created over the years for athletes today to prolong their performances and to stay on the circuit for a lot longer in their careers. So they're giving themselves plenty of years of experience to get to the pinnacle point of becoming an Olympian, which is fabulous, and it is good for what the IJF and the other governing bodies, the IJF, are doing, because the exposure that they are giving is a world-class exposure to the world of people and knowledge to understand what judo is about. But what comes with that is the financial support that is gained for smaller nations like Ghana and Africa and Benin and Zambia, the knowledge that is being given to these countries to bring them up, not as just a gift token as a participant, but as a representative that can give something within the sport and be challenged. And this is what I really admire what's going on at this moment, that our world of judo has become so small, but we share so much knowledge.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's what's quite nice. Well, we have Castilhos there of Brazil, and as we know, again, another nation that are feisty wee characters, technically very, very good judokas, and up against the Austrian Zellner, and again, she's a nation of judo. Niwaza, brilliant. This is somebody that if you get her down on the ground, she's very much in a comfort zone, isn't she?
Yeah, I think this is her strength. But let's see, and she's Wazari behind now, so she would also have to put some pressure on Tachiwaza.
Yeah. Well, a very desperate attack there from Tina. Was it a ploy to get down into the ground? Well, I've seen in the past that she is very comfortable in the groundwork. She's got a minute and a half, still plenty of time to come back, but Castilhos, nice judo. Strong left arm around the back.
She has a really strong left Uchimata.
And when she gets that arm round the back, she becomes very dangerous, and there's a major threat there for the Austrian.
And you can see she's really tall, so she has a long reach, and that's always giving trouble. You could tell yesterday with Bilodit, for example.
Exactly.
It's really hard to keep that arm away.
And you must have found that, because you're quite tall as well, very long-limbed, that this was a bonus for you, that you didn't really have to get too close, especially to shorties like me, that would be nipping away at your ankles and the Ouchigaris and the drop CNA, but you would actually be able to distance yourself from that threat of the Cianagis, and that were possibly the danger for you, because we didn't really need to bend too much to get under you. But it's getting close enough to be able to do it is the hardest thing. And in my time, it was Jessica Gao, who was very, very tall, from the Netherlands, that I used to be plagued with that lady, because she was so upright and so elegant and long limbs. I could never get near her, and I used to try so hard, but we were always so closely matched. I had the aggression, I had the Cianagis, but she had the big leggy techniques that caused me no end of trouble.
Tina Zeltner is in real trouble here.
Well, she looks like she's just thrown in the towel on that bit. Well, with 3 seconds to go, would you blame her?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult.
But you admire...
Oh, that was just outside.
Well, you admire the courage and determination that she has shown out there in this contest. But sadly for Tina Zeltner, it wasn't to be today.
And I love it when they come out there like until the last second, because how many times did you see the last second still being thrown a Wazari or
just
an
love it. You just absolutely. There's been a few cases that we've watched and we just think, well, it's all over and done with. What are they going to do in a couple of seconds? Well, there's a lot they can do if they've got two hands on them.
Even when there's 1% chance, I don't understand why people sometimes they just stop. They stop fighting.
Totally under. Or what I find quite frustrating is that someone can accumulate Shido after Shido and be in first gear, pace themselves, don't look like they're engaged. And then when it comes down to golden score, after doing 4 minutes like that, they can then go into fourth gear and they can go out like a rocket.
Yeah.
Or at the last stages when they're losing by a Wazari, they can start fighting. You think, well, why didn't you do that at the beginning? If you fought that way, the same way you fought in the last 30 seconds when you're supposed to be tired, why didn't you do that at the beginning when you were fresh?
And I think that's also part of maybe being afraid to lose fast, so you're gonna be really defensive.
Most frustrating thing for me, because you just see the quality of athlete they truly are, but it's too late.
That was a really nice and fast throw for Reke van den Berg. Just couldn't hold those aside for me.
Trying to desperately turn her opponent over there. Well, the Dutch have got a nice team coming in through now, haven't they? Some strong athletes.
Yeah, I think since they're centralized in Papendal in the Netherlands.
Do you think that's a good thing?
I think in the end, yes, because there was so much, how do you say that, discussion all the time, and I think the insecurity that makes it's never good for the judo. So they now made a decision, and they're all in a really professional environment. Everything they have everything now in one spot. Judokas are living around, and I think it's really good. They always have a good group to train with. You can see here
that they're beautifully done, and a nice win there for the Dutch.
So before you would see some top athletes, and sometimes there was a little bit of a gap, and now they're all together, so also the talents get to develop faster, and I think it's going to be really good for the Dutch judo.
And how does this work with integrating their personal clubs and their personal coaches into this new system? Have they embraced it, or do you have like change sometimes upsets people and the politics behind it?
I think it can upset, but I think there are good coaches in Papendal also, and they're still finding out a way to work together in a better way. And there's a really good system. So the talents they train at 4 centers in the Netherlands, and they still have the connection to the club.
Yes.
So I think that's really important.
So they've managed it well.
Yeah.
Well, it's starting, I think, the sort of managing it well and having a little bit more harmony has started to affect the athletes themselves based on their performances, and we are seeing some great performances from the Dutch team. But this is a young lady, Gwend, that I just love to bits. I think she's got beautiful judo. And she's such a lovely person as well, and she's one of these, when she smiles she lights up a room. she's so good, and someone I've tipped for a place on the podium here today. She's up against Watanabe of the Philippines. Well, that's
not an easy opponent.
No, definitely not. Watanabe, it sounds more of a Japanese name, doesn't it, really? And you wonder if there's any relation from Japan to the Philippines.
I think
the
there
background,
is.
yeah, must be some sort of background, either family or transition from one country to another, that we've seen with 1 or 2 athletes.
From Japan, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and Japan is such a strong country, you know. Even if you're number 6, you're gonna be able to win Grand Prix medals.
That's it.
So,
and to be number 6 when you've got 5 in front of you is sometimes a waiting game that you've got to play. When the majority of the time you can only take 2 in each weight category.
Yeah, we saw it many times. And for Gwen, I see her, I trained with her, I fought with her many times, and she's so strong, and I was just checking, she got a silver medal on the Europeans one day.
Yes, that's
but
right.
She's one of the other girls. What do you expect? She could get a really big medal, but she didn't really quite make it yet.
She was, you're totally right there. In Ekaterinburg this year, she got a bronze medal, and her performance, I just thought she was so close to getting into that final. But she's one that is just like a Sally Conway that we spoke about earlier on. She's just getting there, but just not far enough to get the big one, and she's always under the radar, isn't she?
Yeah.
And you just think she's just waiting for that break. There's something that's just missing in her total makeup of what you would say what would make an Olympic medalist or a world medalist. What's missing when you see performances when she goes out there, she's got lovely judo. She is somebody like a Sally Conway that works extremely hard. I've been on a camp and watched her perform and in training, and she's remarkable the amount of effort she puts into her training, but it's not reflected on her performances.
No. But let's see, there's another World Championships coming up.
Yes, it's just a
there's
matter.
no
I just
chance.
think it's just a matter of time for her. She gets that lucky break. I think we can see. Well, look, you've got Fabio Bazil, someone like that. Who would you? He barely qualified for the Olympic Games, and when he did qualify, what he did have though was bags and bags of confidence.
Yeah, and he has brilliant judo.
And he's
to
got
be
lovely
honest.
judo, and
Yeah.
but he was just on the. There was a risk that he might not have even qualified for the Olympic Games. It was right at the last event apparently, and he comes in and he wins it. So, and there was a list of athletes in that weight category that you would say could have beaten him on the day, but it all just came together, it gelled, and he's never looked back since.
No, and he's fighting today in his new weight category.
Yes, and he's done extremely well in his first match.
Yeah, but his next one against
It's-
Anthony Zing is going to be.
That's
It's going to be a good fight for sure.
It's going to be definitely a good fight, and for me, Zing is one that I have tipped as one of my favourites for the podium. But I think he's got a possibility of winning it. I really like Zing's judo. Anthony Zing he's performed extremely well throughout this year alone on its own, and as someone that has just got, every time we've seen, has got stronger and stronger throughout these events. He's really soaking it up, and the knowledge he's gaining and that exposure is giving him the performances that are better each time he comes out.
So we better watch that fight then.
Oh, definitely. I'm looking forward to that, because that will be for Zing the hurdle. If he can get past Bazil, then I think we'll see him on the podium. Well, this is into golden score now. It's been a real battle between these athletes.
It's been a good fight.
And we can say it's been a good fight. There's not one Shido there to say that either one of them's been negative.
No.
Or made any mistakes. They're just evenly matched.
And I think sometimes Gwen just misses a little bit of confidence with her own Chigari, because her the beginning is so good, and then she just stops.
She's trying to turn her opponent over, and as you've said before, and you've been on the receiving end, she's very strong, so she's capable of doing that. But just shows you how strong Watanabe is, that she can defend very nicely there without any worry at all.
Yeah, and they've both been very active, both been attacking. I like this, it's good to see. Already 1 minute in golden score.
And they look so comfortable out there. You can tell that they're so well conditioned that neither one of them looks like they're flagging at all. 5 minutes of battling away, and it has been a battle, there's no doubt about it, and the power that's been generated between these two. Just very loose on that drop. That was maybe a real
just
mistake.
a little bit too slow.
Yeah, a little. The idea was right, but by the time she thought about it and did it, she'd lost the opportunity.
Yeah.
I think Gwen has got a really good feel for judo, so she can anticipate these type of movements, and because she's so powerful, she can block it so well and not look threatened.
Yeah, and I think now she knows a little bit what Watanabe is doing, so she should be able to anticipate on it.
She controls quite nicely with those sleeves, as you can
but
see.
she needs to keep attacking also.
That's it. She looked a little bit scrappy there, and under a bit of pressure, she came in for an attack on the edge, and I think she might pick up. That was very close in picking up a Shido for that.
Yeah, but for sure Watanabe is putting on the pressure.
Yes, yeah.
You can see. I think Gwen needs to try to get the arm over the top. This was a good
She came-
idea, but
Yes, she got the arm in, wasn't it? But she left her hips out. There was no, other than
she's in
hugging
danger
her
now.
and dragging her to the ground, there really wasn't any lift. But Watanabe, as you can see now, she's tied up the head
Yeah, this
nicely.
Is really dangerous
This
for
is-
Gwen.
Definitely. And as you can see, she secured the head quite nicely. So she's done the right thing in taking her time in making sure
But
that
you
leg
can-
comes
yeah.
out.
But you can tell here Gwen is really smart in holding the leg on the other side.
We'll put it this way, it was a bit of a scary moment. It wouldn't have
Yeah.
been something I'd like to be under the
No.
receiving end of, to be honest.
No, but sometimes if you are holding the leg with your legs and even have a hand on the trousers, you feel quite safe because
Yes,
you have
yeah.
such a strong grip. Well, that's it. I didn't see it so well, so I'm waiting for the replay.
No, I missed it as well. I was focusing so much on what you were saying, which was really interesting, that I saw the finish, but I didn't see the entry of it. But it looked like a Sutemi was her attempt there.
Nice work from Watanabe though.
Well, Watanabe goes through to the next round of the under 63s. Sadly for Gwen, it's an early shower for her today, and she'll be desperately disappointed in that. There's no doubt about it. But I wonder if we can get a replay on that actual score that took Watanabe through to the next round.
No
Well,
replay there.
No, which is quite what a shame there. Polakova of Russia now in the white. Niski of Germany in the blue. Well, what an aggressive start there for the German. She got the high collar grip, drew her opponent down. Steps through for the Uchimata. Well, this was a real positive start for the German.
She is quite dangerous with a low seonages. So if you want to avoid that, you really have to control the top and keep pushing her down.
Well, Polyakova there coming over the top, trying desperately to get at least a grip on her opponent, and at this moment she's struggling slightly. She hasn't settled in. The German really has come out firing on all cylinders. She's been a real aggressive start to this contest, which has really thrown the Russian slightly. She's a little bit unsettled in the whole process in this first minute, and hopefully this mate situation will help Polikova to just calm down a little bit and take note of what's happening to her, because it really did start so quickly that she wasn't prepared for it.
And that's interesting what you say about the mate, because for example the Israeli team and also other teams, they're really training on that mate, on that super small pause you have, because you have to reset every time and getting your tactics right, going back into it, and I think that's so important. And yeah, it's a missed opportunity if you don't train on that.
That's it. And a lot of them, this is where I tend to disagree with sometimes of the mat side coaching, because I think as an athlete on this world circuit, you need to be able to revalidate what you're doing yourself. You need to have that, need to take ownership of it, because it's you that's got to do the work. And if you don't really have an understanding of what you're capable of doing and what's happening to you there and then, looking over to a mat side coach that's then giving you instructions that is under pressure and shouting that maybe is not enough time to be able to absorb, to be able to get, so you're wasting that valuable mate time based on trying to get someone to help you. So for me, I'd rather train athletes, and I used to as a coach, for them to stand up and take ownership of their own ability, and to have more confidence in themselves to say, you can make the better judgment than I on the side of the mat, because the one thing I cannot do as a coach is feel what's happening to you right now.
I think it's really a cooperation. So I think always as a judoka you have to be able to fight on your own. So even if the coach is not there for whatever reason, you have to be able to fight and to adapt. But if you see from the outside, you see judo and you can sometimes see other things that you're not feeling. So I think it's so important to interact with each other and then get to a good result.
I think with your coach, it was lovely. I think with the coaching and being on the outside on the back of house, and is where a lot of the work at home is where a lot of the work is done. And you're a fine example, because you were very, very independent as an athlete that did travel a lot on their own and did make decisions that were based on what you felt was right. And I think this was an ingredient of your successes over the years, is that you really did have a true belief in yourself, and what you did is had someone that nurtured and encouraged you to do that and give you that self-belief, and that's what's quite nice. Where in some cases you see that certain athletes really heavily rely heavily on their personal coaches or their national coaches to help them.
That's true. In the meantime, I'm seeing in the next round João Macedo against Ivailo Ivanov. I think that's going to be a really nice fight to watch.
And that's one that will swiftly move across to after this match. And we've got 22 seconds remaining. It's just one Shido.
It's many close fights today.
It is. It's been a real battle going on.
And I think I'm expecting that maybe in the next round, when the top seed fighters come in, that maybe we're going to see slightly bigger differences. 6 seconds left on the clock. And another Shido for the Russian girl. So it's never nice to go into a golden score with 2 Shidos, because you cannot afford one single mistake.
Puts you under a lot of pressure, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But in some cases, you have to attack. And sometimes when someone's chasing you, it's very difficult to do something. You tend to be on the back foot all the time with someone going at you. Now,
you feel like you have the advantage, but in the end you don't really have a score.
You've got someone that's going nuts at you, wanting to came back because they have to. They've got no choice in it. They're not going to play any tactical game with you other than an aggressive approach to you.
And you're not defending a Rosari or a score, and that's, I think, the biggest difference.
Yes. Now there isn't any score there, but we know one more Shido would be the Hansokumaki, and we're into the first half a minute of this contest. And the German looks like she's still quite aggressive within this contest. She's staying very, very focused. But 2 Shidos for the Russian. Oh, nice switch.
Good moment.
Yes, that was nicely done. Yeah, the Sianagi there, switched it to the rear, beautifully executed, but we would have expected that anyway, because the pressure, like we said right at the beginning, in that golden score was on Russia to perform and to chase. And when you're chasing it onto techniques such as the Tayatoshi, Uchimatas and Sianagis, aren't you?
Especially when their strength is the Sianagi, it's going to be difficult to avoid that.
So 54 seconds into golden score, Wazari scored, and Germany goes through to the next round. So we'll go and switch across to mat number 2. This is the under 81 kilos that we'll be viewing now.
I think we might see a finish in the golden score here.
Yes, I think they're tidying up their gis, which is sometimes an indication that that third and final Shido is going to be awarded to the Moldovan.
Next contest, first round for women under 63 kilos. In blue for Romania.
Mishidashvili there.
In white for Kazakhstan.
He's probably looking very hopeful that will be awarded. Now, you've spent quite a time in Georgia and trained with these athletes, and how was your experiences within that time?
It was really good, special, and I trained the physical part I did and the judo part. But I think in Georgia there are just so many people doing judo. The women is very different, but for the men, like every guy in the street he can do judo, you know. So if you go to a regular club in Tbilisi on a Thursday night, you're gonna see 50 or 100 guys on the mat. So no wonder that there are some people are gonna get good and really skilled there.
We have Macedo here for Brazil in the white.
For me, Ivanov was doing so well for a period of time, and he got after Olympics. Maybe he got a little break. I don't know.
Nice!
And he hasn't been to it. And here you see the quality of Macedo.
Oh, beautifully done. He stepped across for that tie, Toshi, as if it was a randori session. Beautifully done. Kosota. Nice build up. There's a drop.
Yeah.
Ivanov he looks like he's on a bit of pressure now, because that opening must have given him a little bit of a fright. It could have been all over and done with within seconds there. He was so lucky not to have scored an ippon against him. Roti Sianagi, Sutemi Waza, the Tomonagi, drawing his opponent down, but it's a good repertoire of techniques that he's got. He's got the Suyanagi, the Tomonagis, Taya Toshi. There's quite a few skills that's now starting to produce from the Brazilian, which it's no big surprise, because the Brazilian tend to have this sort of Japanese flair, don't they? But they have a European aggressive approach to their judo as well. So they seem to have the best of both, don't they?
Seonaga was a little bit lacking of the top half, but he's really looking good. He's looking explosive, moving well on his feet.
He's looking very confident out there, isn't he?
Yeah. So this is no surprise that Ivanov is getting his first Judo. He's having a lot of trouble with the kumikata.
Well, he really is. He seems to be outfought at the moment, and there's a real aggressive approach to the Brazilians' judo, as well as having backed it up with some real nice skills.
I think the Brazilians are also so strong in kumikata. That's the Japanese part, like they have the classic
sleeve and lapel grip, yes.
It always gave me a lot of trouble, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, you do find that the most, well, when you really think about it, when you go back to the fundamentals, the basic skills that you have to develop, the most important thing is that you're able to grip and grip well.
Yeah.
Because without a grip, you can't actually continue with the throw, can you? Or to execute a throw to its best ability, isn't it?
That was the best attack we've seen now from Ivanov. He can be dangerous with the Seonaga. But again, Macedo before that was really dangerous as well.
Well, Macedo there defending in the Niwaza. Now this is where you get a little bit concerned, because you know the Bulgarians have some good skills in the ground, and he looked like he was comfortable down there. And someone that's that comfortable, you just think that is a bit of a telltale sign to stay out of trouble. Especially when you're Wazari up and you know you're capable of doing the Tachiwaza to its best ability. Do you want to risk it by going into the Niwaza like that? And I thought that was a bit of a risk there for the Brazilian. Kochigari, that was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ivanov just had a little bit of a turn to avoid the Kochi, but nevertheless it was a nice skill.
But you see Ivanov, before that he's coming a little bit more into the fight.
Definitely.
So it's one more minute and we could see a nice development.
Do you know, it's actually it's an interesting match, isn't it? This, for me, this is quite exciting, because you cannot write Ivanov off in this match yet, because we know that he's capable of throwing. We know he's got some nice niwaza, and he has the desire to win,
Look
and
at
there you
that.
have it. He got the opportunity to get up close and personal. He came over the top onto that belt grip, and he's come back now into play with 45 seconds remaining in the contest.
Now the contest is wide open.
It is. It's a 50-50 now. And there's only one Shido on the board. Just one.
Yep.
So I more or less said it and then it happened, didn't it, really? It was like you could never write him off, and no, you can't, because he's just scored.
No, and he really had his problem in the beginning. Macedo has had such a strong start.
But this is where you find a really good judoka, a good athlete, a good competitor with the knowledge and experience that he is down a Wazari. He is actually having a lot of trouble, but he was able, within that period of time, be able to work it out and know what he needed to do to come back into play, rather than saying, I'm never going to get there. The head going down, the confidence being lost. No, he just kept persevering there, and he eventually found a solution to come back into this contest.
Although he was in real trouble because
Oh yeah, he was always. But he never let that. He never let that emotion affect his ability to come back, and that's where having that confidence in your own ability is a good thing. So a Wazari a piece, a Shido a piece now, and we're going into golden score. Which
Macedo was controlling the sleeves really nicely. I think if he's doing that, Ivanov is going to have a hard job.
Well, for them, it's a hard job out there. For us, it's an absolute delight, because this is a really interesting, not only technically, but interesting tactically what's going on here. And it's a really good match to watch.
I think this is what we want to see today.
Oh.
Fights like this.
Yeah. You don't mind a golden score.
Look at that.
It was the Sodi, he had him up on his toes.
He didn't have the right arm for it.
Yes, he just had him on the tip of his toes, but no more. Well, Ivanov there, we've seen him once before. We spoke about the Niwaza, and once again he's displaying some real comfort traits here. He knows what he's after. He's got the arm lock. He's got the leg caught up though, which doesn't give him as much levering prospect of that, but nevertheless he was comfortable there.
In the meantime, Anna Bernam won her first fight, so that's good, and her second fight is on the way.
Oh, good. And coming up on mat number 3, we also have Zing and Basil.
Yeah, maybe it's nice to switch to that mat.
Yes, if we can switch across to mat number 3, because this is a crucial match, I believe. And those that were watching that previous match that we were covering, you can switch across to the mat number 2.
Look at the explosiveness of Basil.
We're looking at the Olympic champion right now, and Anthony Singh, who for me is one of the top favourites of getting on that podium. And as you can see, he's just working his way in the Niwaza.
There's so many good fights now at the moment. So you can see the next fight in the 70, Sanne van Dijk against Michele Polares.
Yes, they're all coming fast and furious now, which we would expect it's starting to narrow down to the cream, isn't it?
Yeah. And in the Europeans, Polares gave Sanne van Dijk a big upset, and she was really upset with her loss. So I'm really curious about this rematch. That's the next one up. And you have the Sami Chuchi, who's been doing so well lately. So let's now focus on Anthony Zing and Fabio Basile.
Well, yes, Chuchi, you've just seen that. That again was one of my favourites. The two Belgium athletes in 81s are the ones for me to watch in that weight category. I believe both of them are capable of getting on that podium. One is a very young athlete, still a junior.
Even if you can see, we didn't see the score, how it happened, but he just beat Macedo in the end.
Right, well,
that's how it can go.
It just shows it's never over until the bell has gone, and you've got to
and sometimes
applaud him
these
for his performance, because it wasn't an easy match for him.
No.
Ivanov really struggled at the beginning. We were almost writing him off in the first 2 minutes of that contest, and he comes and pulls it back in to taking himself into the second round.
You could see a bit of the Ashiwaza.
Oh, lovely Ouchigari there, scoring a Wazari. Fabio Bazil now takes the lead with 1 minute and 42 seconds.
His Ashiwaza is so strong.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. I think for me, what it is, it's his confidence. He oozes so much confidence on and off the tatami. He comes in, he shows that Seoinage, but that little leg is hovering around for the Ouchigari. It's a nice combination.
Yeah, I think
but he
so too.
really goes for the Seoinage, and he fools them every time. You see it up there on the big screen, and that it was a very, very clever move, and that's where he got the Wazari. But
For me, I was always fighting with Annika van Emden in the Netherlands, and she had the same kind
she
of
had the
move,
same type of,
and that was always giving me trouble.
because they commit so much for the upper
And
body.
you're expecting the Seoinage, so it's totally different direction.
And what he does is he puts in Seoinage after one after another
Yeah.
that are sort of, some are okay, some of them are really poor, and then he puts in that Seoinage again, but it is a ploy to get the Ouchigari, because what they're doing is going, well, it's a poor one, I'm going to block it
Now
by
Zing has
putting
it.
the leg forward.
Now Zing has the better grip, and then you can immediately see Basil has more trouble to make his technique.
Well, I said right at the beginning, for Anthony Zing, this was going to be a major hurdle for him. If he
Yeah,
could
it's
get
true.
past Fabio Bazil, then he's got a real chance of hitting the top positioning of the podium today. But as she was as again, there you have it. Kuriashi Harai, beautifully done. Knocked him down. The Ouchigari.
Ooh, yeah, that was really close.
And there you can see now Anthony Zing starting to look slightly frustrated.
Yeah, and
13 seconds. He's running out of time.
that's gonna be really difficult. Some seconds left.
Oh, I don't see it happening.
No.
No. Don't see it happening. That's a Shido, but he's
1
going,
second
I
left on
don't
the clock.
care.
No.
With a few seconds, I'm not going to pick up the third and final. Well, 1 second to go. Well, that
it was a good fight, fun to watch.
yes.
So
But sadly for Anthony Zing, it wasn't to be, and it's
No.
him out of the tournament for someone who's such. And this is where it's such a shame when you look at even what he's produced this year alone. Anthony Zing deserved to be on that
Mhm.
podium.
yeah,
But when you're looking at 53 judokas, it's a tall order, isn't it?
it
and
is.
especially when you're second match up, you're up against an Olympic champion that oozes that much confidence and technical ability.
Let's go to mat number 1 to Sanne van Dijk
Yes.
and Michaela Polares. And Ono Jokic just beat Megan Fletcher. It was bad, but it was a nice. I saw it happen in the golden score, so I think Megan Fletcher can be really happy with her performance today.
Yes, but it was always going to be a very tall order for
Yeah.
sadly for Megan. She got through to the second round, but we knew that was going to be the stumbling block for
Yeah.
her. And if
And
it
she-
wasn't going to be that, it would have been Bernholm.
Yeah, and for her it's going to be difficult to get next to the quarterfinal because she's not seeded yet. So
Yes,
she's always going to get a top fighter in the.
and this is always
before
the hardest.
quarterfinal.
Yeah. So that will be a very interesting match as well. Bernholm with Ono.
Yeah, that's going to be really
That's
interesting.
going to be a tough
It's
one.
going to be a good
A
fight.
really good match.
Both are getting their first Judo because they were just not attacking, only gripping.
Well, like I said earlier on, Sanne van Dijk for me was so impressive in
Mhm.
China. Thoroughly enjoyed watching her performance throughout the day, and showed great potential and someone to keep an eye on.
That was beautiful.
Beautifully
As
done.
you can see, she has a little bit of weird grip. She grips right behind the arm or in the back. and she's so dangerous with that arm. So what you want to do with your opponent, you
Yes.
have to control that arm. Lift, put it down. You saw Sally Comey doing that in the last World Championships.
Yes.
And giving her trouble immediately. But if she can use that arm and put in her hips, she's so dangerous.
It
As
would
we
be
could
lovely
see
to
here.
see that again, but I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get the replay of that technique. But it would be very interesting to have another look at that.
Now this for me is also an interesting fight.
This and I rate Emily Suk. I really do. I think, and a lot of people would just go Denmark. Look at Kosoto, beautifully done.
That was really one of the nicer
Nice.
techniques we saw
She
today.
was so powerful. Look at the arm round the back, controlled very nicely, and she also had the Osakumi.
Wow.
Well, there's no arguments with that one, is there?
And for here, you could immediately see Niang. She's so strong in her grip. So for Emily, if she wants to do it, she has nice movement, but she has to be able to get out of the grip of Niang.
Niang is very powerful indeed. But like I said before, Emily Suk is somebody that is growing in confidence.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. She,
I think for her it's a matter of time before she's gonna get more medals.
yeah.
But she is really struggling with this grip. And Niang is so strong, so she will always try to push you down and come with the sumigeshi.
Plus, she's got that physical maturity as well,
Yeah.
isn't she, in her body? She's been on the circuit some time now, and she has that physical maturity of a presence on the mat.
Yes. And the long arm on the top. Yeah, that was it.
Beautifully done.
I'm thinking if she bridged a little bit, so
It would be upon.
let's see what they're gonna do.
I think they put it on the. Be interesting to have another look while we've got this pause of that technique. I'm not sure if we can do that. Just to have another look at it. Well, it was that grip over the top, wasn't it? And where she caught almost the belt. I wasn't sure whether she was on the belt.
Well, let's
Yeah,
see.
on the belt straight away.
So what do you think?
I don't think she bridged. I think the legs
No.
went to the one side. So I don't know. That is a really close. But
But
I
they're
think there
gonna leave
wasn't a
it at the spring.
bridge. I think she did fall to the side. I didn't see the head going really get that lift.
No.
But it was very close. There's no doubt about it. Again,
Yeah,
that
she's
high
in big
collar.
trouble
She's
there.
powerful, isn't she?
She's overpowering.
Over
Emily
that
Suk.
belt again. She draws her to her knees, and obviously Emily Suk feeling so much pressure out there.
Yeah, second Judo for Emily Suk. I think she's not strong enough yet to
No,
fight against someone as Osman Niang.
she doesn't have that physical presence out there, does she really? She's not strong enough at this particular moment against someone like
I think it's
Niang.
important to have to keep moving, try to immediately get the arm up. Yeah, I think what
Well,
is
she's-
happening here is that sometimes she's looking too negative. She's really only trying to drag the opponent down.
Yes. And that was very obvious, wasn't it? And a couple
Yeah.
of times, and
So here it's dangerous for Osman Niang because one more Judo and she's gonna be out. So
yeah,
that was a poor attack from
Emily Suk.
So
Definitely. She came in for a Sutemi Waza, but she was under a lot of pressure because the arm came over the top.
yeah,
And as she came over the top, then
was the
Emily
wrong
Suk
moment.
dropped. And she dropped there. Yeah, definitely.
And it's a little bit disappointing because with the 2 Shidos each, it could be a nice fight in the last 2 minutes.
Well, my colleague is sitting at the side there, and I think he's going to give me a little bit of a comfort break. But I'm going to leave you in the greatest of hands with Esther Stum and Mr. Sheldon Franco Rook, that will be continuing. I'll be back a little bit later on and to see some more exciting judo.
So here we have 2 strong fighters, and Gahi is so strong physically. So I'm curious how Passione is gonna try to keep up with that. Oh, nice also the Gari from Gahi. Hello, Sheldon.
Good afternoon, Esther.
Is it
Good afternoon
already?
It is. It's just hit the yard arm, as they say.
I was just saying that Gahi is so strong physically, and I was wondering if Passione can keep up with that. So they stopped the fight for her to bring her jacket back into place. Passione didn't really have an answer yet to the strength of Gahi, and that's why she's getting a Shido now. That was a really nice move, nice Ouchigari attempt. And she really has to try to avoid getting into the rib of Marie Gahi. When Gahi is over the top, she's so strong, so you have to try to avoid that at all times.
I think she was the Junior European Player of the Year one year. I remember that and thinking we had Barbara Matic, Kim Polling had been there as well, Marie-Eve Gahi, who else had been there? The Austrian.
Graf.
Yeah, Bernadette Graf. And I was thinking, is it possible that we can only look at 70 kilos? Because they all happen to come from that weight category.
Yeah, that's true.
Very, very strong.
So Gahi, I think she's stronger in the fight, but she didn't really manage to get a score yet. 2 or 3 times she was really close with her also the Gari. That was a dangerous move. I think sometimes because Gahi is pushing so much forward, so you see that more often, that when she goes in for the Ouchigari or for the Osotogari, her biggest problem is to not get countered. And she's sometimes a little bit weak in the other direction.
Well, she's got a lot of work to do now. Zari on the board for the Italian.
if you see in Mat 2, Oreshov is almost gonna fight, so it's good to look to change to that after this fight. Oh, he's fighting now. I think it's nice to switch to mat number 2,
Okay.
where Rustam Oreshov is fighting.
We shall do that. Rustam Oreshov in the white judo gi. Lucas Reiter in blue. Lucas Reiter had a first round win. We saw he was the opening contest with Eric Ham about 2 hours ago or something, was it?
For me, I love Oreshov judo. He's such a big thrower, and you always get fireworks with his fights. It's really nice.
Yeah, he's exciting to watch.
Yeah.
You're quite right.
And let's see if Lucas Reiter has an answer for that.
Second round for women under 70 kilos. EU representing Germany, Sandra.
Yeah, both picking up a judo because they're just waiting a little bit too long with the grip. Rustam Oreshov taking his time to get to his grip and get the right position. Right, they're getting another Shido, so now really needs to push forward. Here you could see Rustam Oreshov coming in, but he really didn't have enough on the upper body, so no score for him yet. But he looks comfortable. He looks like he's not really in danger. One Shido he has to lose, so. Here you can see the quality difference between the two fighters. And with the hand on the lapel, you can just easily control the fighter from Austria right there. His left hand on the lapel, it's so strong. So I think you really have to try to disturb that arm and work on that, because if you're not gonna do that, he's gonna be totally in control. So you're not gonna put him in any danger.
Yeah, he looks completely relaxed
Yeah.
and comfortable in his movement and can attack at any time he wants.
Put on a little bit of pressure if he needs to. Again, he has his own grip. That was not the best attack, so he might get a shooter for that. Yeah. So, but not really, never has really been in danger. Looks super comfortable for the next round. So and on mat number 1, Barbara Matic is getting ready for her first fight. I think that's going to be really exciting to see her fighting for her home crowd. So maybe it's nice to switch to mat number 1.
Yeah, let's go down to take a look at the end of the contest between Kalita Zupancic of Canada. She's up against Sandra Diedrich of Germany. It's the German fighter, Sandra Diedrich, who leads by Wazaru with a little over a minute left to go. We're waiting to see the upcoming contest between Barbara Matic and Amanda Oliveira of Brazil. Zupancic trailing here by Wazaru with a minute left to go. And keep in mind that Diedrich's teammate has already gone out in the first round, Laura Vargas Koch. There's that little bit of, tension to take into consideration.
Yeah, I think Germany has 2 really strong fighters. And there's even more, So they are not the only 2, but it's going to be interesting who's going to get the spot for the next Olympics. But first, Diedrich has got a tough time against Zupancic. She's up with Wazaru, but it's nowhere done yet. 37 seconds left. And Zupancic is a really strong judoka, physically really strong. So she's gonna really put on a lot of pressure. I think what Zupancic has to do is not to make these fast attacks, but just to prepare 1 or 2 more really good attacks. That was really close. But she's lacking a little bit of the control there. 12 seconds left, and Diedrich cannot afford to make one mistake. Four seconds, so I think it's gonna be really tough for Zupancic to get another score, or she will. Yeah, that's it. I really like the style of Sandra Diedrich.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah.
She has a really positive style of judo, always trying to go for the uchimata, for the other attacks. She has really good newaza.
It's a good mix, isn't it?
Yeah, she has a good mix.
And she's got good throwing skills at the same time. She's quite, you can't just push her around.
You cannot relax. Yeah. No.
Right, so there'll be a bit of a cheer from the local crowd as Barbara Matic takes to mat number 1 in round 2 of the under 70 kilo category. She's up against Amanda Oliveira of Brazil. It's Matic in the white judogi, Oliveira in blue.
She has to watch out. Top was a little bit loose, so it was a little bit dangerous what she was doing. But there's no doubt she was really greedy for the win. I didn't see Oliveira so much before, did you?
No, I haven't. She's a new one on me.
Trying to go for the strangle. but that didn't really look dangerous for Oliveira. I think it can be difficult sometimes to fight for your home crowd because it's putting a lot of pressure. You want to show your best judo for your family and friends, so you can be a little bit too quick in your attacks. And the key, I think, is to just start easy, get into the feeling of the good fight. And I hope she's doing that. She's doing a little bit. She's a little bit rushed, I think. Again, she's not really controlling the kumikata in the beginning, and she's in too fast with the attack, I think, so she has to maybe do a little bit more preparation. And she's putting in the big attack, so it's normal that now Oliveira is getting her first Judo, but that's not a bad attack. Both, they're a little bit, how do you say, messy with the grips?
Yeah, untidy.
Yes, sorry.
No,
I have to
messy's
remember
good.
that word. Untidy.
I'm rather hoping that you won't have to use it that often, but
No,
unfortunately from time to time the judo can be a little bit untidy. Single Shido against Oliveira. We've got a little over a minute and a half left
That
to
was
go.
looking better actually, the beginning. Like the hand high on top. So I can see there's a really big drive for Matic. So the key is to get the grip right and then come in for a good attack. No scores yet, and 1 more minute left. What Matic needs to do is to control the left arm of the Brazilian. I think if she can get that closer and more into the throw, she's gonna get a score eventually. But it's just she's keeping it too low. Which is easier said than done.
Just the single Shido against Oliveira. As Esther said, Matic has done most of the attacking. It hasn't always been tidy. There's been a little bit untidiness about it, but she's kept up the rate of attack.
Yeah, she has a really good drive, and that's getting her really far. And also the Oliveira, she's really walking backwards all the time, so and keeping her arms really between the just straight between the fight, so it's gonna be difficult to come close for Matic.
Single score would do this,
Yeah.
I'm sure, especially at this stage. And now that we're about to, oh, he's called Osaikomi. He called Osaikomi just at the right time, but it wasn't very strong anyway. And Matic managed to roll out, and the referee called Tokita. I'm delighted to be sitting alongside Esther Stam, who knows this kind of situation very well herself, having competed in this weight category. So not the nicest thing to be having to go into golden score,
No.
tired, arms are, burning, chest pumping.
Yeah. And no big advantage left yet.
That's right, because
Like
you're just a
only
single Shido.
yeah. So you're not nowhere near yet. You need a score.
Take this opportunity to say a big hello to Igor Kuhn, who's tuning in on holiday. What a thing to be doing on your holiday, listening to your work. hello, Igor.
Yeah, hello Igor.
We shall welcome him back at the Grand Prix in Budapest. He'll be there in a couple of weeks' time. Little Tomoe-nage effort, left-sided from Oliveira, but it didn't come off. 40-odd seconds into golden score, no real advantage here, except now that Matic, having taken her foot off the gas, picks up a penalty for
I think
passivity.
Oliveira found a second gear and she's now really using that.
Oh, that's the score. Terrific work from Oliveira. Oh dear.
You could see the fight switching a little bit. Matic having all the attacks in the first 4 minutes and then Oliveira getting more and more fired up. And I think Matic had too much problems to get the left side close.
As you said, yeah.
So really good job of Oliveira.
Not what the Croatians wanted.
No, that must be disappointing.
So, coming up next, Sally Conway of Great Britain faces Patricia Broly of Slovenia. Conway in the white judogi, Broly in blue. Just have a quick look and see what else is happening up and down the tatami, but I think we're going to stick here. Round 2 of the under 70 kilo category. And we've got the under 63 kilo category coming up after that. It is Tina Tursteniak up next. So we'll stick here, yeah?
Yeah. Patricia Broly, she really impressed me in the first fight. She did I didn't know her at all. But she was showing some good judo, so let's see how she's doing against a real top fighter. Nice footwork. She's so dangerous with that. And for me, Sally Conway was always most dangerous on the Newaza, as you can see here. She's
So
able
strong,
to score
yeah.
from so many positions, so you can really never relax. And I think her Tachiwaza in last year even got stronger, so she got a better mix now. And yeah, you can see here that good win for Sally Conway. And let's see how is the shape of Tina today.
We shall see.
Yeah.
And
She's really one of my favorites, so I think one of many for many.
we originally had inscribed here Clarissa Begninu, and unfortunately she dropped out. So that's kind of opened the field up, if you like, because when those two are around, you kind of get the feeling that the gold medal is going to go one way or the other, but the others aren't going to get a look in. But you know, you never know. Somebody may come and upset Tina.
Actually, the only other ones she's struggling with is mostly the Japanese. So for me, it would be kind of fun if Tirsenyak and Nabakura.
Yeah, that would be an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
But I'm also interested to see how her teammate does, Andrea Leszke. I like her. There's just something about her that is, you know, spirited, and she said she's never thought of going at 57 or 70. You know, this is her weight, 63, and if Tina's the best, Tina's the best. Whereas there are quite a few other fighters around who are doing their utmost to get out of a weight category where they don't feel that there's a chance. She just seems to say, okay, I'll accept my lot. That's a nice turnover. Osai-komi, it's not the strongest.
No. But still on.
That's a little bit better.
Yeah,
now that she's secured the shoulder. Still trying to work on the arm if she can, but she will take the Osai-komi, and that's better now. Yeah.
Looks strong.
Dina Terstiniak safely through to the next round, having not taken too much time over Leka Olsen of Denmark.
So there's now some nice fights coming up, I think. Bjorkova is almost ready to fight Sagimuki. Sagimuki really found his way in his new weight.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah, really quickly.
Yeah, well, when Zhakova or Muki come to the mat, we'll wander down there. We'll stick around here for a while. Let's have a look at Daria Davidova of Russia. She's up against Amy Livesey of Great Britain. We mentioned Davidova this morning in the bus. I was chatting with Esther Stam and her name came up. And here she is.
For me, Amy Livesey looks very composed, very strong in the grip. So I'm gonna wonder if Davidova can stay out of that grip and do her own judo. Almost a counter there. I think there can be such a big difference if you see, for example, Livesey fighting against a right-handed person or a left-handed person. So now she's struggling a lot more because Davidova has a really strong left hand, so she can put it on the lapel. And Livesey cannot really get over the top yet. Also, Davidova is keeping her arm really close to her body, which is really smart.
The Russian fighter picks up Shido just for failing to attack enough. The referee decides that she was passive. Okay.
There's a small difference, I guess. Oh, that was really nice.
Just managed to turn off that, didn't she?
So maybe she didn't have enough control in the end, but it was a really strong movement. Davidova's warned.
Mind you, Livesey's the one who's landed badly. Just having to take a second to gather herself. Looked like something in the lower abdomen area. Hope that she's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think she's going to be okay. In the meantime, you want to switch to map number 3, to Sagimuki and Dorin Gotonovaga, from Moldavia.
Okay, if you want to continue watching map number 1, just click on map number 1 and you'll get Davidova and Livesey. But we're going to take a look at what's happening on map number 3 between Sagimuki of Israel and Dorin Gotonovaga of Moldova. It's Muki in the white judogi, Gotonovaga in blue. There's no score as yet.
I was talking to the Israeli coach before, and they were telling me judo is really the #1 sport in Israel at the moment. They have so much guys coming to judo. They have cadets, juniors. They have a really big group to train with.
Great.
And they've been working on that for a while now to make a good, strong program. And now you're going to see results. And I'm thinking even this is the beginning of it. So they're starting to have good fighters in almost every weight category now.
Prime candidates for qualification in the
Yeah.
team event.
Yeah. That was a little bit dangerous of Muki to do. He was really far off and his posture was a little bit back. So not enough control, but it was a nice movement from Sagimuki.
The next contest of the 22 second round for men under 73 kilos. In blue representing Switzerland, Hughes Stone. In white representing Kosovo, Hugh Jacoba.
Two penalties picked up by Gotonawaga, and there's 2 minutes left to go. It's always a bad situation.
Yeah, even when you still have 2 minutes to go. And we see a little bit the same with Rustam Orozhov as with Sagimuki. They look really comfortable, not really in danger, taking their time to make their grip. And he doesn't really have to now. Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh,
There you can see his class. I really like it. The Soda with the Osotogari combination. It's really good. I trained on that for a while when I was a fighter, but I could never really manage to get that.
any
I think
luck?
Not really. I think you have to be so strong in your arms and to get the arm up. If you get that, then you have no defense anymore. So not really in danger.
Right, who we got coming up next? Terence Kwamba of Gabon faces Antonio Esposito of Italy. It's Kwamba in the white judogi, Esposito in blue, and we'll follow that with Matthias Kass and Jaromir Musil. Although we've got Akil Zhakova on mat 2 now against Neil Stump of Switzerland. The choice is yours at home. Click on whichever mat you want, but we'll go with whatever it is that Esther Stan decides today. Why not?
That's so nice. We're gonna stick here for a little bit. Terence Kwamba has some fire in him, that's for sure. But I think I already told you yesterday that it's so hard if you have to fight a fighter you don't know, and he's gonna probably be really strong. He's really gonna go for it. So the thing Esposito has to do now is just stay calm, control the kumikata, and then slowly he will get more and more chances, I think, to do his own techniques. This is the first. too bad you can't really see if it's under or not. You probably have that problem more often, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
As a judoka, you perfectly know if it's under or not, but you're gonna keep tearing it anyway. Doesn't matter if the referee see it, it's okay. If they don't, that was just not enough for another Brazilian, I think. Again, going for a strangle, but probably was on his chin this time. That was not a bad attack from Guamba. And I think he's giving Esposito some trouble with his left arm because he's really blocking Esposito from getting really close, which he needs to have for the Seoinage. Now he doesn't have the arm, so that's in between, so that's good. That was, he didn't have enough. Oh, he had too much space actually. Did you see Kiwamba before or not?
I haven't actually, no. He's a new one on me. It's perfectly possible that he's been at an event I've been at, but I regret to say, and I'm slightly embarrassed to say, that he hasn't made an impression.
No, but I think he did give Esposito a good fight here.
And he is in round 2, so unless he was lucky to get a bye, then he may already have won one fight. So.
Yep. He did actually. He beat the Romanian.
There you go.
So. So for me, the most interesting fight, I'm maybe not too objective because I love
it's coming up.
Yeah, it's for me is Nabakura against Van der Berg.
Well, what we'll do is we'll keep an eye on Nabakura, Nami and Gecho van den Berg, and when that comes to the map, because there's still some time left in the Gecho Casteels contest as far as the clock is concerned, but as soon as that happens, then we will move down to map number 1. But for the time being, we're okay with Matthias Kass of Belgium. He faces Jaromir Musil of the Czech Republic. It's Kass in the white judogi, Musil in blue. And hello to all of Matthias's fans. I know there are plenty of them out there.
Yeah, and he's really developing so fast into the senior circuit. Although he's in a little bit of trouble now. Nice Tumunage attempt.
The next test of the 32 second round with under 73 kilos. In blue judo gi representing Ukraine, white judo gi representing Uzbekistan, Yusuf.
Oh, almost.
Such a nice switch. Nice movement. I think those are one of the best techniques. If you see you get somebody flat on his back with that, it's just great. And it doesn't cost so much energy. That was also a really nice movement.
Yeah,
He's
just had-
using all the directions so well.
And there was just enough of that, the scoring side of the body,
Yeah.
to claim a score. So Rosari on the board for Matthias Kass with well over half the contest still to come.
Oh, that was loose. That was also really close for Musil. I think now when Kass is standing still a little bit, so when he's starting to move and making his attacks, he's really dangerous. But for him, it's dangerous to wait when the kumikata is a little bit on, and I think he has to stay out of that. Again, nice attack, but he didn't really have the arms. Well, that really is what he has to do, you know. He has to keep moving, keep putting in his attacks. They're dangerous enough to not get a Shido because it's really attempt to throw. Keep out of the grips of Musil. Yeah, that's gonna be a Shido probably. Because he was under so much pressure and he tried to escape with the Serenade. He has to watch out with that to first make a little bit of a movement before coming in with the Serenage, because otherwise he's gonna be blocked by Musil very easily and it's gonna be dangerous for him to get another Shido.
And that looked suspiciously like a false attack as well at the end there. But he picks up a second score, but rather on the back of an accident from Musil than anything that Kass had invented. But hey, they all go on the board.
Yeah, it's enough. I wouldn't say no to that, so.
Right, let's go down to map number 1. What have we got to have a look at down there? Esther.
Yeah. So I think we don't have much to look at because she's already in the Hosaikuni, but
Who's that?
this is going to be the strength of Fake van den Berg. I think she's a talent for the Netherlands. She's coming further and further. She got European champion under 23 years old, and I think we're going to see more of her.
Well, you said right from the get-go that the difficulty for a lot of these athletes would be when they come up against the Japanese, and Nabeko Ranami proves a little bit too difficult for Gek van den Berg.
Geke van den Berg, indeed.
Unfortunate, Geke van den Berg misses out in round 2. Right, we could stay here, or there's quite a good
Let's
contest on map 2 actually. Gyosjun Baboyev of Uzbekistan is up against Artem Homolov of Ukraine. Let's take a look at that one. Baboyev in the white judogi, Homler in blue. We joined the contest with just a few seconds left in normal time. There hasn't been a score yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. It's Baboyev in the white judogi, Homler in blue. Let's settle back down now and have a look and see what happens here. It's not a bad time to join it, actually, because we know that the first score will win.
Yeah, and we know that now the fighters got used to each other, so they're gonna be able to put in bigger attacks. Oh, that was a nice Udenagavin. And as you say, it's goal on score, so it's enough for the win immediately.
Next contest on the 32, sixth round for weight under 73 kilos. In blue, representing Germany, Judo. In white, representing Kazakhstan,
Well, the upcoming contest after the one here, Orozalin and Shavbatirov, the upcoming one features Aslan Lapinigov, the #1 seed in the under 81 kilo category. We might stick around for that one because I'm not moved to see Watanabe and Basinski down on mat #1, with the greatest of respect to those two fighters, nor Hakimov of Tajikistan or Kirakozashvili of Georgia. So I think we'll just hang on here.
Just made it one, so.
Oh, okay. In that case, it will be Vedat Albayrak, who is an exciting fighter, against Stefan Maidov. That could be
a nice
an
fight.
interesting little fight, yeah. Compared to Orozalin and Shavbatirov. Okay, so what we're going to do then is, because we've got a contest starting down on mat #3, let's go down there to have a look at Vedat Albayrak of Turkey. He's up against Stefan Maidov of Serbia. Albayrak in the white judogi, Maidov in blue. There you go. Oh, we can't actually go there immediately. There's been an injury down on mat #3, but we will go in a second. Right, we can go down there now then. Okay, thanks very much. Our chief just pointed out that it was an inappropriate time to go to mat 3. Just go and make sure that our competitor, who's just come off, is okay. Here's Esther again. Take it away.
Yeah, so I think Albayrak is doing really a good job since fighting for Turkey. He won some tournaments, he did really well, but if I remember correctly, he didn't get the big medal yet for Turkey, so I think he's gonna wanna do that on World Championships. And now we can see how his shape is.
Yeah, an exciting package.
Yeah.
As Bayrak likes to throw, very attacking fighter.
I think originally Georgian, so his style is, you can see that in some of his techniques and throws. Yeah, that Maidov was trying to get out of his grip with the Tumunage. I never see like Georgian fighters doing so much on the Newaza except for Libertiliani, so but I don't know how he's at it. Didn't look really dangerous in Newaza now.
Yes, the history of Newaza in Georgia is a short one.
Yeah, it is.
It's a slim book, that one. Not going to take up much space on your shelves.
But I think that's why, for example, Libertiliani is such a great fighter, because he can combine it, and he's one of the few ones who really managed to do really good Newaza, and he's winning a lot of fights with it.
Very popular fighter indeed, Varlam Libertiliani. Saw him as a junior, then saw him blossom at 90 kilos and then struggle a little bit here and there and miss out on a couple of things that took the wind out of his sails, you know, and now he's at 100 kilos.
Yeah. I think what he's looking for is basically the world gold or Olympic gold.
Yeah.
That's what's keeping him motivated, and he's really frustrated to not have be able to get that yet. One minute 15 left with only one Shido, so still an open contest.
The next contest on the 32 second round for 181 kilos. In blue judo representing Serbia, Jovan Ishmaelovich. In white judo representing Russia, Asad Laplanov.
I think sometimes Albayrak looks a little bit under pressure, but he can be so dangerous with Nage, or he can come out of that easily. So, but now both having a strong grip on top, and just taking a little bit too long to come to an attack. So, golden score it is. And Albayrak has the slight advantage of only having one Shido. So he actually can do Newaza. Let's see if he can make it a real problem for Maidov. Yes, he can. That was really nice piece of Nawaza.
Well, we'll have to add a page for Al-Bayrak then. As now the leg is trapped. Let that go.
It's done
Yeah,
already, so.
only briefly
Mhm.
there, and Matthew Bataille had a quick look and thought, it's not really trapped, is it? And then it wasn't. So maybe it was just as well to leave well alone.
Yeah, and he already had the Wazari, so in golden score
Yeah.
that's enough for the win.
Let's go to mat number 2. We're going to have a
Oh.
look and see what's happening with Aslan Lapinigov.
Well, we can
Of
see what's
Russia?
happening. It's done.
Ah,
But
just as we get there then.
maybe
That's
it's nice to go to mat number 1 because it's Bernholm against Ono is coming up.
That's coming up, yeah. And who's on there now? Magdalena Kasakova and Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada. So mat number 1 then. We'll go back down to the under 63 kilo category. Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard leads by Wazari with a little over half the contest still to go, but she's got an exceptionally strong fighter at the end of her hands, and we'll see how she manages the next 2 minutes, and then we'll follow that with she goes over.
Yeah, that was a nice soda.
Too rushed.
Yeah.
You know, look at the clock. You've got plenty of time. Take your time, gather yourself.
Don't
know.
get panic
Yeah.
or anything, yeah.
It looked panicky, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You need to settle yourself and
Yeah, and as I said before, especially against the fighters, they can do nice low seonages. It's so dangerous to go panic and pushing forward.
The next contest of the W1 is quarterfinal for women under 70 kilos.
right, we've got the quarterfinals starting already, and the first of these features the number 1 seed in the under 70 kilo category, Anna Bernholm of Sweden. She's up against Ono Yoko of Japan. It's Bernholm in the white judogi, Ono in blue. Bit of a test for Bernholm here. Every time you come up against a Japanese, you get asked another question. It's just not another opponent. So let's see how the number 1 seed here deals with this quarterfinal.
I'm gonna check if they fought before because I'm not sure. But Anna Bernholm starting to defeat really great fighters, so and she looks so much stronger in the 70 than in the 63. I really like that. And I was talking to the Swedish coach in the morning, and I said, yeah, what's up with Anna that she's doing so well in the 70? Is it only the weight change? But he told me it's like more categories. Probably it's she has new motivation, finding the new opponents. Sometimes you're fighting the same opponents for a long time, and it can be really nice to switch.
Yeah, and I think there's something about the timing, the strength, the movement, the shape, the way the opponents stand or they attack or they don't attack, and she gets a chance, you know, just something that absolutely appears to suit her body style. Whereas at 63, when one could have thought, hey, you know, this is even better for her because she's taller, she's longer, you know, this didn't work out. All of a sudden here, it appears to fit her perfectly.
But I trained with her quite sometimes, and I could already feel in the training camps when she was still 63 kilos, she would already be threatening and dangerous. So it's, for me, it's no surprise that she's starting to have really good results now. And she can be left and right, so you don't really know what's going on. So she can be really threatening.
Half the contest gone, no score. Bernholm has picked up 2 penalties. That's the problem for her, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Oh no, just
especially against the Japanese.
Yeah.
So they're never gonna back down or take a rest when they have 2 shidos.
dear.
They actually have fought before.
Ono was on her way. It was just like, you know, done, I'm off. Oh, sorry, okay. Well, I can imagine that the Swedish coach is going to be really disappointed there, because you're the number one seed. Okay, Ono, every Japanese is going to be difficult to get past. But 1, 2, 3 Shidos, and you've still got a minute 45 left on the clock.
Yeah, I would not be happy
Make
with
something
that.
happen. You've got to make something happen, you know. Anyhow.
So this is an interesting fight also between Sanne van Dijk and Osman Young.
Yeah, let's give them their proper due and introduce them properly. The second of the quarterfinals in the under 70 kilo category, Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands faces Asma Niang of Morocco. And if ever there was a tricky opponent to face, it's Asma Niang. She has the most unusual ways of causing you problems.
Yes.
So let's see what happens here.
And it's interesting because they're both physically really strong. And as you can see, if Asma Niang gets her hand on top and puts even a little bit of pressure and then comes with the sumigishi, she's really dangerous. Even if you know it. That's the worst thing. And you see what she's trying to do also, is really staying out of the grip of Sanne van Dijk, because she's so strong with her right arm. And that was a little bit too far off. She didn't have the control on the upper part. I think it's a nice fight. So they're taking the time to get the kumikata. I think for both of them there's not real surprises there. They both know what they're gonna do. Sanne is gonna move in with her hip and go to the back and to switch directions. Niang is gonna come over the top and make the sumigashi, so they're just gonna have to fight for the kumikata, and whoever gets that right will have the better chance of getting their scores in. I think Niang is doing a good job with keeping distance, because as soon as Van Dijk can get close, it's gonna be so dangerous.
Two penalties picked up by Sanne van Dijk, and needs to be careful here.
Yeah, what she needs to do is get closer with her right side, which she's trying to do now. That was really close. Oh, that actually was a Rosari.
Second round, 81 kilograms, set up 2. Idu for Canada, 18 kilograms. In white for Germany, W7.
She's desperate. Sanne van Dijk is desperately trying to get in her hip. Now she's almost getting it, but she just doesn't.
Why'd
have
she
the-
get up?
Yeah, that's a good
You know,
question. Yeah.
Almost through her. I'd have been all over her, made sure, burn the clock. She wants to throw her again. That's the feeling that you get, that she's a score
No,
behind.
Yeah.
She should have just continued on the ground.
You mean Sanne or?
Sanne.
Yeah, but Sanne is behind.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I thought Sanne
So,
was leading.
yeah, no, she was
absolutely.
doing
Yeah.
She was having the right tactics.
Sorry,
so.
absolutely. I would have been off the floor as well. Yeah, because that's what she did. She
Mhm.
got up looking as though she was behind, and I looked at the scoreboard, and she was behind.
Yeah. So you had the right feeling there.
Yeah, that's what she's got to do.
Now she has the hand on top, but she just doesn't have enough pulling.
I'm gonna let someone who knows a little bit more about judo step in here. I'm gonna give the efforts over to Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Maybe she'll be able to keep up with things, because I can't. Here's Esther, and she's going to be joined by Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
That was a really poor attack from Asma Niang, but she managed to get away with that. And she is starting to look like she's in trouble now. Ten more seconds, so let's see if Sanne van Dijk has enough to really change it. Niang looking passive, but just has enough time. So it will be Niang in the semi-final against Ono Yoko. Next quarterfinal is Marie Gahi from France against Sandra Diedrich from Germany. And first, I'm gonna say hello to Loretta again.
Hi, Esther.
Hello.
Oh, right. I've had a little wander around. It's been some interesting matches, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Sally, as we could see in the under-70s, is going very strong, coming up very shortly after this. Match number 1 after this match. So 70 kilos is starting to heat up a little bit,
It
isn't
is.
it?
And here it's a nice clash of styles, I think, because Gahi is the really physical one, the really strong one. Maybe not the best techniques, but she can overpower people. And then you have Diedrich, she's always pushing, but she also has really good technique.
Yes. Diedrich is someone that I do fancy for a place on the podium, but Gia, as we know, is a very powerful, experienced athlete, and it's going to be a really tough one for both of these. I really think. I don't think it's going to be easy for either way. Well, it's a quarter-final stage, so it's guaranteed an opportunity of a medal. So they will go in. Whoever loses goes into the repechage, but both very, very hungry to get that place in the semi-final. But nice move there, Makikomi.
And in the end, she could just manage to get the arm to get some extra, how do you say that, pull.
Yeah, she managed to get the arm over the top to pull in nicely, so she could get a tighter contact for the rotation. And she used her whole body and that leg at the end just to get that little flipping action to get the Wazari. So that puts her in a good, comfortable lead to start with. But as we've seen in previous matches, you can't guarantee that that's how it's going to stay. A Wazari means nothing now when we've seen so many that have been trailing for so long within 2 minutes of a contest and then bring it all back. And I've just seen that was Ivanov that we saw earlier on, that's now coming up shortly on mat number, or is actually on mat number 2 right now.
Yeah, that's it.
Well,
I think he really overpowered Dietrich here.
Yeah. So Wazaria Setiapon and a place in the semi-final for France. They'll be delighted with that, and slightly takes off the pressure a bit until the next round.
Yeah.
But coming up very shortly is Conway of Great Britain.
Yeah, she's fighting Oliveira from Brazil, who just beat the home favorite Barbara Matic.
Yes, I know what that was.
I think it was a really smart fight of Oliveira. She just managed to keep distance, and then in the end, in the golden score, she got a higher pace. She got just a little bit more attacks in, and she managed to get it in the end.
Yeah, and you always feel for the home crowd, because I did notice we were watching that match at the far end, and the volunteers that are all here today and for the next 3 days, they were all standing at the side of the match. So she has a real following here. She's such a popular lady. So to see her go out there, it was quite sad, really, for the home nation. Now, Sally, well, considering at the moment Sally has been suffering today with a terrible upset stomach.
Oh, she is.
Yeah, so she's been very nervous of overexerting herself here in this competition. And you know the amount of effort that you have to put in. It's not a great timing to have a dodgy tummy.
No,
and
that's
she
the worst.
is suffering. So considering that, she's done extremely well today.
I think those problems are so uncomfortable as a fighter. You cannot let it affect you too much, so you just have to deal with it, and just basically it doesn't change anything about how you go into the fight. You just have to do your best fight.
Yes.
And maybe pace it a little bit more, but on the other hand you can't, because
well, she says that she feels it settled down a little bit. And she says she can't go to the bathroom any more than she already has, and obviously she's limiting herself possibly to food and also fluids, so that it doesn't react on the tummy. But well, she seems to be strong enough out there and coping quite professionally, considering all that's going on at the moment for her.
But that's a really nice move on her. She could immediately, she was looking for this technique. Yeah.
Well, she's very comfortable down there. We saw that in the previous match. She just wrapped up her opponent and swiftly demolished her in the Niwaza.
Immediately going again for the same technique.
Well, all those years of...
And switching to Juji. But a little bit too little time given by the referee.
They give it
Ippon.
Ippon.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, she got the tap. Now, the thing is, Sally is very comfortable down there, and she comes out of a club that obviously her coach, Billy Cusack, has his forte is Niwaza, and they work a lot on the ground, and she does extremely well there. Very, very comfortable. It's like second skin to her being in the ground, and it's paying off. It is paying off. But this contest, an Ippon by Niwaza, and the last contest was a beautiful little turnover into the Osakomi to get her through to this round. So she's doing extremely well. And when you've got an upset stomach, that's probably the most wisest thing to be doing, I think.
Yeah. So now we're gonna see our Olympic champion Tina Tristignac against Amy Livesey of Great Britain. Livesey in blue and Tristignac in white.
Well, Livesey did extremely well in the last match against Davidova. That was a good match for her, and she's looking very strong out there. She's very concise with her movements, and gripping skills are very, very strong. But I think she's going to be really challenged here in this one.
No doubt about that.
Tristignac, obviously a lot of experience, Olympic champion, world silver medalist from last year, and she's always there and around the medals.
By the way, there's some really good fights going on in the other mat, so if you want to watch that, you can click on that. But we're gonna stay here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, well, we can't just switch over off an Olympic champion by all means. But yeah, this is what we're going to be up against. We've got 3 mats, and as we narrow down towards the quarterfinals and semi-finals and the repechage, there is going to be some strong competitive contest that's going to be up here that we can only choose the odd 1 or 2 now and again. So we're not going to be able to cover all, but you can switch and watch whichever one that you feel that is more exciting for you. We try to cover and give time to especially our Olympic champions, our world champions, our top seeds. This is how we try and base what mat to cover based on how they're seeding and potentially those who've got the chance of getting into that final, and try and follow their pathway through to that success. Well, Amy Livesey picking up a Shido there.
I think the biggest challenge with Tina Trusinjak is keeping up the pace, but don't. You have to try to stop this pace basically. So if you can get hold of Trusinjak, you have a better chance.
Yes.
But it's so
Sienagi
difficult.
there, that's
She's
it.
so dangerous there.
Well, Awazari,
Not enough.
she did try to secure the hold, but well, really now she's got 2 minutes and 16. Livesey really needs to just step this up and open herself up. It might be a risk, but you know what? It's a risk worth taking. When it comes to a quarter-final position, she's got it all to gain and she's got nothing to lose. Going into this match, you would have said she was the bit of the underdog coming in the quarter-finals, and this win would be a real notch on her belt if she was able to get that. Now look at and I think she's sort of taken heed of that. She really is a gutsy fighter, and she will give it her all to the best of her ability against such an experienced athlete. So the second Shido now has been awarded to Amy Livesey, and so really for me, I would like to just see her be really gutsy out there.
Yep.
And there you have it, the second Wazari for a Wazari Aseti upon, and Tina Trusinjak goes through to the next round, the semi-final of the 63s. So no major surprises there, and she's still following that path line towards the final as the number 1 seed coming into this competition, which is always a nice thing to see our number 1 seeds getting through. There was a few upsets yesterday of those number 1 seeds going out in a very early rounds, but not for Tina Trusinjak, and we can rely on this young lady to sort of bring back the goods.
Well, let's see. We have the other quarterfinal, Martina Traidos in white and Alexia Castillos in blue for Brazil. Both quite tall fighters, as you can see.
Yes.
So I think that was a wrong moment from Castillos to try to make Seonage, especially in the first seconds.
Yeah, she didn't actually have much movement. She got the grip and then she threw that in.
Yeah.
Whether she felt under pressure to do something straight away, but body language and sending out the wrong signals to her opponent is most probably not the wisest thing to do against someone so strong. So Temi was her attempt there, just at the edge of the contest.
She's in danger here for the second.
Well, that's it. Well, you can see she's got the leg, but
she's not moving. So both left high strong grip. I think that could end up in some fireworks, so I like that.
Yeah. Well, you can it's like a wallop. It's a forearm smash. Both of them do it at the same time.
So the thing is, you have to try to control the other arm now and try to pull it close to your body.
Chigari there, beautifully done there. Scorna Wazari, Traidos now in a comfortable lead, just coming up to 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. So no, that's a good start for the German, and she'll be quite comfortable now, and she'll have that settling process to be able to now take a little bit ownership of this contest.
Yeah, and they're giving her the time. I think that's correct of the referee, because she was all the time moving and getting closer to the Saikami, and now she got it.
Well, that was a very convincing win there, and I say a win because it doesn't look like she's going to move at all from that.
No.
Kezakatami.
And if you already have the Wasari, it's so short.
Yes, that's it. You just get your breath back, and before you know it, the bell goes. So Kredos goes through to the semi-final, and she'll be up against Tina Tojinyak a little bit later on, and that'll be a very interesting match. That's going to be a battle and a half.
The next quarterfinal for women under 16 kilo, 31. In blue judo representing Philippines, bronze medalist and Yusufa France.
Now the third quarterfinal under 63 for women. Nami Nabakura for Japan. She's impressed me today, and she's fighting Kiyomi Watanabe.
Well,
Also
Watanabe's been good.
Japanese.
Yeah. Well, Watanabe's been good as well, hasn't she?
But I don't know if she's gonna have enough to beat Nabakura.
Well, Namakura has been, like you say, she's been very impressive. It's a good, solid performance from what we would expect, really. She defeated, and she had a bye in the first round and defeated the young lady from the Netherlands, Van der Berg. And she did really well with her, didn't she? She defeated her well. And now you find Watanabe, who defeated Gwend in the first round, which was a very interesting match. Well, a battle of the Kimikata here at this moment, both of them trying to secure the ultimate grip that's going to be able to give them the opportunity to complete that next move, the attack itself. Well, these ones are battling away here. Well, these two athletes have battled away here, and Nabakura takes the win, as we would expect, and place in the semi-final. And we'll just see the highlight of that win.
The next quarterfinal for women under 16 kg in blue judo representing Canada. This is silver medalist.
Coming up very shortly is Leski of Slovenia, and she's up against the Canadian. Benjamin Pinard of Canada. The winner of this will be up against Nabakura for a place in the final. Leski, throughout this world tour, has been performing very well indeed, with a gold in Dusseldorf and also in Agadir. So someone that's not only challenging for places and world ranking points, but also Tina Tershiniak, teammate, who's an Olympic champion. And the Canadian under slight pressure there as she dropped. Taking real control in the grip here, and pacing this contest to suit herself. Canadian throws that right hand high on the collar, drawing her opponent's head down. Has also got the sleeve grip. She looks like there's a possibility here for a power of Leski as she came underneath her, just crushed her to the ground. But the Canadian is still piling on the pressure, still determined to get a result here of some sort at the edge of the contest area. Well, Mate called. Obviously the area was not available for her to commit any more, but still a nice little bit of action there from the Canadian herself. There comes round the back, the Ouchigari. She did a couple of wee hops there, but just really didn't get the opportunity to bear down on that Ouchigari. Canadian picking up the first Shido now with 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Koichi, beautifully done. Gorna Wazari. Now Leski taking a comfortable lead with just over a minute remaining in this contest. Now a little bit closer to that semi-final. But as we've known in the past, you cannot solely rely, it's still plenty of time. But the Ashiwaza there, beautifully done. Following through now into the Niwaza, where the clock will just tick away nicely now for Leski. And tactically she knows that that's most probably a very sound place for her to be in right now. Tried to tie up with the Sangaku tie up there, but sadly wasn't able to secure her firmly into the ground.
Good gripping, by the way, from Leski.
Leski she's been really good.
Immediately has the control.
Yeah. And she's so strong in her grip that every strong, and I say a strong attack because it is real effort that she's putting in for the Cianagi moves, but it's been totally dismissed by the power of the Slovenian, which is making her look quite passive, isn't she?
And she's controlling the right arm of Boshmi Pino so well that she cannot get to her techniques.
Yes.
Good win.
Well, that's a great win and a place in the semi-final now. Koleski along with her teammates.
Yeah, what a rivalry there. Seriously.
Be interesting. Well, we actually got to this place. Let me think now, where was it? I think it was in Düsseldorf. Well, it was either Düsseldorf or Agadir, I'll go back, but where both of them were competing together, and they got to this quarterfinal, and Tershiniak lost, but Leski went in to win it, and it was just a reverse of who would normally be up on top of the podium.
Yep.
And Leski had her opportunity of success and a moment of fame. This is going to be big, this one.
Yeah. And the next one up on mat number 2 is also an interesting to watch later. It's Ityakova against Sportov. So that might be a next fight. First, let's see what's going on here.
Well, this is the repechage of the under 70 kilos that we're watching right now. Anna Bernholm of Sweden in white and Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands in the blue. Both athletes that really, when you look at the lineup, both really would have deserved to be on that podium.
Yeah,
and now we've got to the stage that only one of them can achieve that, the possibility of achieving that goal.
Look at that hip going in. Not enough control on the back, but she has such a big hip movement.
Dear students, we remind you that today is the second day of Zagreb Grand-Prix 2018. The final ball today will start at 5 p.m. Before the final ball, we'll have option opening ceremony at 4:30.
Well, we never anticipated this being an easy match for either one of them. It was going to always be a real battle. I think a real clash of styles. And every time I look at this young lady of Bernholm,
that was really beautiful.
Beautifully done. She just caught that head, didn't she? And
straight in Osaikomi, so that's... At this point, it's so hard to come out of that. That was beautiful, and I think really it's a really big disappointment for Bernholm coming in as number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So
she will be desperately. But for Sanne van Dijk, it's just another flow of successes that this young lady's had, isn't it? Really, she's just repeating now what we've already seen on several occasions. And like I said right at the beginning, Sanne van Dijk really impressed me in Hooihot, where she took the gold medal there. And there's so much more we're going to see from this young lady in the near future. Maybe we could go, well, we're starting here, but it's round 3, but we'll see how that sort of pans out. But we're in the repechage here, which is a really important stage now for these athletes, because we're coming to the last stages of someone getting an opportunity of a medal. And then coming straight up after that will be the semi-final of the under 70s. So we're going to stay with mat number 1 for a wee while now, until the other weight catchers can catch up to those crucial stages of the tournament.
what I've seen from Oliveira, that she's really managing to keep a lot of distance. It reminds me a little bit of Portela.
Yes.
And also pretty small, like short, how do you say that?
Yes, yes.
But still being able to keep the
She's-
distance and coming in when she needs to, like making the seonages.
She's very, when you actually look at her from behind, she is like Portela, isn't
Yeah,
she? She
she's a little
has
bit.
that same shape. It's sort of the squareness, so without being disrespectful to her, she's very solid and compact,
Yeah.
rather than some of them that are very long and slim, like yourself, with the long limbs that are very awkward and horrible to fight.
For me, it was always really difficult to fight really short people because they're so compact, you cannot really get a hold of them. So you have to you want to eat them up basically.
Yes, when they're so close.
Oh, look at
Oh,
that!
nice. When they're close to the ground, they are very dangerous, aren't they?
That's what we were talking about a little bit. She can keep the distance really well,
Yes.
and then suddenly she can get up for the. She chooses her
And when-
moments really
yes.
well.
And when she hits, it's a compact hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Being so small, it's a small package hitting you very hard. Where we tend with the taller girls, it tends to be more leggy, and the big movements like the uchimatas, the osotas, the taitoshis, which is working from the legs of advantage.
Exactly.
Where short and compact, it's the whole body that hits you. Well, this will be interesting. Well, on paper you would say Ono is definitely the stronger and the one that we would expect to go through to the next round, but
Don't underestimate Nia.
no, definitely don't. I was just about to say that you cannot write this woman out,
No.
because she is so strong and she has had a great performance today. She has been on fire.
And she has a little bit of a weird own style, so she can really surprise people.
Yes.
So I don't know exactly why are they giving this Shido, but
Oops. Well,
there you can see a little bit the power of Nia, I think.
oh, definitely. When she let go, that was like being on an elastic band, wasn't it? She just pinged away.
Looked a little bit like a boxing match.
It just looked like she really had to make some effort to get away from the grip of this
Yeah.
Moroccan. I'm getting thrown over the top there.
Now you see Ono Yoko has more control. Once she has her grip, she can start fighting, and you immediately see Nyang. Yeah, she has to stay out of, and she has to try to get on top of Ono.
Yeah,
She's doing that here
yeah.
really nicely. I think she did a nice transition. Only the attack was a little bit poor.
The danger is when she gets on that belt.
Mhm.
She can do the Sutemi Waza. We've seen
Yes,
that in a
that's-
couple of matches, and she's very, very clever there. She has the power. She gets the timing just right with the feet and the arms working at the same time. And for Ono, that is going to be the danger, as she allows her to come too deep into the back. The perfect solution for
Yeah, for
Ono
her.
is just to keep that hand, control that, and use her feet, her ashiwazas, because for Ono she works very well. She's very clever with the feet. Niwaza, nice
Incredible,
turnover.
yeah,
that
that's
was
just
beautiful, bit of
really-
judo. Well, for Ono, she didn't need to get back up on her feet. There was a lot of work there. Very precise in the movements that she
Yep.
made in the Niwaza, and made it look so simple, didn't she?
Sometimes it's incredible, like how much the Japanese are better than the other countries in Noasa. You would expect the gap to close on a little bit.
Yeah, they use their feet and their
Mhm.
legs like another set of hands and arms, and that's how they work in Niwaza. It just flows for them, and they seem so comfortable down there, and they're so they're so confident. And the problem is that when athletes fear them, opponents fear them, they try to back out, and that's the danger. It's trying to back out because they create a space in the Niwaza to be able to maneuver better,
Yep.
where you're better off clamping in to your opponent as tightly as you can, so there's no errors or movements or spaces for them to be able to maneuver you over.
Yeah. That's
Well-
only a little bit more easier said than done, because if you're on your back and you have a Japanese flying around you,
Yeah,
you
but
just
it
don't
is
know where to go.
naturally it is a sort of an error that most athletes make, is
Yeah.
that they try to back away, they try to distance themselves in ground. Really, tightening up creates less space. Now, this is going to be a very interesting
Yeah.
match, a tough one indeed.
Yeah, for Conway, this is
This is
because
going to be the first time she's going to be challenged
Yeah.
today, I think.
because Gahi is so strong, and I think she can give Conway a lot of trouble with if she can manage to get the hand over the top. And you see immediately what Sally Conway is doing, is she's trying to control the sleeves.
Yeah. Oh, there's a
Yeah.
Makikomi, a tired toss. She
Enough.
switched. She had the arm over the top. Now, but this is where Sally's very, very comfortable, and she's confident down there, and she's going to take full advantage of this opportunity. But Gaia really knows that, and she piloted there. There was a quick spin, and she was making sure she got out of that trouble. Now,
And the thing is, like, Gahi, the Wazari was very small, but
Yes.
it's the Wazari, and anything like that happening again and the contest is over.
well, this is the case when
Yeah.
they're so close, and they're two very strong athletes. Distancing yourself with a Wazari on the board is
Yeah.
going to pile so much pressure on Sally. And here you
Yep.
see it, the Osota, very, very close there.
That's it. Again, really small.
Right, that was a very, very small, a very soft Wazari,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
And that must be so frustrating.
Yeah.
But good win for Gahi. I think she's
Gahi-
looking so strong today, and I think she's gonna give trouble to Ono also.
Definitely. Well, yeah, she was out there. She was on the attack. Conway was on the receiving most of the time. Well, let's reflect on that. The Osota, again, it was a
Really
very,
small.
very soft Wazari. A very soft Wazari.
Uh, let's see how far let's go to mat number 3, because there's a quarter-final going on between Tommy Macias and Fabio Basile,
Oh,
and that should be a really good fight. Macias already scored Wazari.
well,
He's looking so controlled nowadays.
he's starting to become a real contender in
Yeah.
this weight category, isn't he?
The next contest of the 22, third round, men under 73 kilograms.
I don't know if they met before. It's kind of interesting to see. Nice Katakuruma. Just didn't have the arm.
And it looks like Conway will have Sanny van Dijk in the repechage.
That's gonna be a really interesting fight.
That will be very interesting.
They fought last year on World Championships. Then I think Conway won.
Well,
So they actually fought in the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam in 2017, and then Basile beat Macias. So Macias paid attention then, and he learned from that.
Yes. Oh, Basile, as we see, there's that
Yeah.
Cianagi Uchigari combination.
Only
He's
it was-
very sneaky, isn't
Yeah.
it? Well, he'll do
Yeah.
anything to take his kit off. That's the
No.
one thing, isn't it? Showing the the tattoos and all sorts. Yes, well.
I think it can be very annoying sometimes if you don't have because you have so much less grip.
Yeah. And it is a disadvantage
Yeah, it is.
to the other opponent, that when they they pull to try and get a reaction, and all they're getting is a gi in their hands. They're not actually getting the body with it because there's too much movement. So it is really important that at times, and the referees do that because they know the disadvantage it can cause by tidying them up now and again. A real gutsy move there.
Yeah.
As he stepped right through, overstretched
was
himself a little bit, and Tommy
Good for.
Macias really didn't react well enough and quick enough on that. But he's just doing enough. He doesn't want to be making any silly errors at this moment. He's got 1 minute, and he needs to just calm down Fabio Basile. He really just has to slow him down. He's got to be very careful.
That was a really nice
I was
move.
just about to say, very careful of that drop underneath, and there it happens. So this evens it all up and makes this quarter-final a lot more exciting now, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it's time for Tommy Macias. He cannot. He has to come out of the defending spot and really start making a fight again.
He was defending,
he
and
was a
rightly
little
so. He
bit.
was defending quite a bit there, and I think what he was trying to do is keep those feet away for the combination of the Sianagi and the Ouchigari, which well, he hasn't got the arm, and Basile.
But it was a quick reaction for him. It was
He
good.
did well.
And I think that's the strength of Tommy Macias, that when the other one attacks, he's sometimes a little bit waiting, but then he can be so dangerous and making a second good attack, a counter attack, and the transition to the Newaza is also really strong.
Well, Basile there, you could see him, he was dancing around a little bit there, which left himself opened a bit. Now, sometimes you would say...
Here you can see how dangerous Macias
was
is.
good, isn't it? But in some ways, when you see Basile moving like that, you would think that's really dangerous for someone like him to do that. But it's, for him, it gets the right reaction out of his opponent.
Yep. So exciting fight here.
Wazaric, and what's refreshing is that there's no Shidos on the board either.
I like that.
So I do. It just tells us this has been very, very positive right from the beginning. No negative judo at all. No there's
that's
the
enough.
Ouchigari.
Again.
Oh, he got caught for it. Hey! Oh,
Wow.
it was just a matter of time, wasn't it? He showed it a few times, and he just fell for it. And that's where he's dangerous, when it goes on like 4 minutes of battling away, and you're keeping your feet, and keep away with the feet, keep away. Don't get hooked up on that Sianagi, because it isn't the Sianagi he's going for.
No.
It's either Koichi or it's the Ouchigari that he's looking at.
Yeah, and he has a really strong Seonage too. That's the problem.
And that's it.
Yeah.
But he really goes for the Sianagi, but he's setting up the Ouchigari, and when you're tired, your brain just doesn't react quick enough. The timing is very, very slow then.
No, that was a really nice
And it
movement.
just shows you his condition. Look how sharp he is. Paul, the reaction, he really did fool him, didn't he, in there?
He did.
Brilliant. And he could have had the Ossa coming, but he didn't need it. He knew that was it. Golden score, he got it. I'm going home. Well, he won't be going home until he gets that medal around his neck, and he's one closer to doing that.
Next quarterfinal is Tor Butbul from Israel fighting Artur Margalidon from Canada in blue. Also a good fight, I think. I'm guessing all the quarterfinals, as soon as you start to get to the quarterfinals, especially in 73 kilos, you're always going to have really good fights.
Well, Butbul was one of the favourites as well in this weight category. His performance has been very good, hasn't it? Yeah,
another production of Israeli judo program.
Well, yeah, we saw that yesterday, and we were talking a little bit about it. A lot of the time, we were looking at the women, weren't we?
Yeah.
In fact, in fairness, how strong the women are becoming, and how young they still are. So maybe they won't hit the target for the Olympic Games in Tokyo, but they'll definitely be just spot on for the next one 4 years later.
Yeah, I told Sheldon this morning also that Israeli judo is really in the lift, and I think it's just the beginning. They have such a good program. They have so many. It's the number one sport. They have so many judokas. So
yes, it has.
At some point, people are gonna come up.
It's definitely got a good following, hasn't it? And there's a lot of resources being put into these athletes. They are getting under the professional support that is required at this level, and it is very noticeable because it's reflecting on the performances that we're seeing right now in this world tour. Football there with an attack.
Trying to get out.
Still trying to scramble his way through what looked to be a very awkward position. He put himself into there, and Canadian with that very strong grip just controlled his movements without leaving himself open.
Little hit. Can happen.
Well, that's it. It's never personal, is it?
Not really. Could be.
Not really. You're not supposed to say that.
No.
But no. Definitely a sport played by gentlemen.
Yeah, it's true.
As is, with all the disciplines to it. What's nice is the sportsmanship that we do see and is displayed over and over again throughout these events. It's quite nice. Football looking for that, what looked to be that Sienagi, but I think it's a Yoko Sutemiwaza he's looking for there somehow. The Koichigari, maybe the Koichigak. The Canadian now looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza.
I don't know if he's trying for a goal for a strangle.
The arm lock, I think, possibly. He's got that turnover, and yes, he's successfully turned his opponent, but he hasn't got any head control at this moment. But the arm lock is still working on it.
That was pretty close.
That was some nice bit of judo, but I think he was thinking of too many different moves there rather than just concentrating on possibly one and try and make that work. He was leaving his options open for the arm lock as well as the shimiwaza.
Yeah, but he must have been sure of himself because it's only like 40 seconds left on the clock, so you must be really sure that you can do something in the waza, and otherwise you have to start chasing the guy.
But this is the thing we were talking about before, that was that the wisest thing to do, considering how much time was wasted down in the niwaza and he got nothing from it.
That's it.
You have to, unlike the tachiwaza, you have to get an ippon to win. You have to get that submission. And that's hard when you look at the size of football. He's built like a tank. Are you going to be able to have the time to really maneuver someone of that size and then try and get something off that arm?
Yeah. Golden score. So there was no score. I thought there was already there.
Yes, and they've taken it off.
Yeah. So then he could take his time on the waza, then it's even
it changes the
choice.
dynamics, doesn't it? There wasn't a wazari. We're thinking, well, really, you're wasting time. But no, he wasn't wasting time because there wasn't a score in the first place. So...
There's also a golden score on mat number 2 between number 1 seat.
Now that's an interesting thing there. What we've just seen is that obviously the Canadian saw the wazari. He obviously felt that he had a chance there to go for it, but would he have done more in that niwaza if he realised he had a bit more time knowing that there wasn't a score? Would he have tried and secured something?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think so. I think he was really going for it, and he
Change,
knew what he was
yeah.
doing. But it's quite an open contest. I really like it.
But even the dynamics of knowing that you're a Wazari down, sometimes you just open up and you can make errors by trying to advance onto your opponent. It's an all or nothing situation, and that could have cost him dearly. Nice bit of Niwaza there.
That's really dangerous. Let's see if I can keep it.
I
No.
don't think so. He just didn't clamp into it quick enough.
And they're both trying to go for low throws like Kataguruma or Sonage, but they don't really have control.
Marjolino Rare is doing extremely well against Football that really on paper you would say most probably was the biggest contender of getting through to this semi-final. The bronze in Dusseldorf, a strong athlete, and it has been a very close fought match, hasn't it? Battling away for now 6 minutes. No, again we've seen no Shidos on the board here with this one, keeping it very much
If he can
open
do
and
like
alive.
that's a really good technique.
Yes.
Like if he can get in a soda, but I think they're both really struggling to get the control on the sleeves. So Margaridon immediately gets a Shido for not being attacking.
Margaridon really now sending out the wrong messages with picking up the Shido, but comes back very strong with that attack there. It's obviously showing his coach that he's a little bit frustrated with the grip that he's trying to deal with on the left side. Football controlling his opponent's
but they don't have
sleeve.
enough control to get them to go over the Kataguruma. They both don't have it.
No. They're not creating that opening and breaking
No.
the balance, are they? Because they're narrowing the space down by dropping too low. Even that.
Oh, that was really nice.
What a poor judgment, though, from the Canadian.
Yeah.
He overstretched himself with that koichi there. He was going for the koichigari, but you could see the leg at the back. It was just overstretched, and he went too low, which meant all it was a turning process.
And that's the thing, like Margaridon already did that a couple of times, so Bupo he just could feel it better and better, and then in the end he took advantage of it.
Yeah. And good timing at that. 3
Yeah.
minutes and 6 seconds of golden score. 7 minutes in total. These young men have been battling away. But the win goes to Football, who goes through to the semi-final, the under 73 kilos.
And maybe it's nice now to switch to mat number 1, where we have Tina Tristenjak and Titus
definitely.
fighting in the semi-final.
Oh, I've got sneezing fits.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Oh wait, this is exciting.
Hey!
They took it off. I would like to see a replay of that, but we could maybe
it'd
see
be
it later.
interesting to see why they didn't think that was deserving enough.
Maybe because it was on top of Bupo. So we can check it later.
I thought it was, maybe they're thinking it was more the overstretch, and like I said, he really overstretched himself with what looked to be like the koichi gak that he was trying to attempt, the Canadian. But definitely Football had upper body control and he rotated, meaning that he got the score. So, but obviously
There must be a good
I've
reason.
looked at it in a different light. There's obviously something that they've seen that we've missed.
Well, so still an open contest.
Yeah.
Only the pressure is on for Magdalon with the 2 Shidos. He cannot afford to have another mistake there.
Well, Margelion, as you can see, with 2 Shidos, one more would result in the hand Sokimaki disqualification. Oh, Sotogari! Oh, that was so close. Very, very deep there.
Now he have really, for the first time, he had quite a good grip.
Oh, I nearly took off
Yeah.
Esther's arm there. Oh, that was so close.
It is
wasn't
good.
Maybe it was the pause. There was
Yeah.
a slight pause in
I'm gonna ask
reaction.
later. I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I was. I thought it was a Wazari, but the only thing I can think of is the landing, which
Mhm.
we didn't see on the. Maybe he landed on the shoulder point and not on his side at all. It was a rotation that more or less landed on the point of the shoulder
Yeah,
as he was
rotating.
rotating
Yeah.
over, or it was a pause between the first initiation of the attack with the Koichi overstretched to him reacting. Possibly, I don't know. Well, that'll be an interesting one to see.
Yeah.
If we make a note of what that, and we can find out.
So, Budwonian managed to win.
So that was in the quarterfinal, and it's something that we really need to sort of get some clarification on how they viewed that score, and that was in golden score as well.
So let's see what Fujiwara Sotaro has got in store for us. So we do get a nice final, the 63 in the end. Because if I saw correctly, Trustinjak won and the Japanese Nakagura won, so that's gonna be a good fight for sure.
So we've got Tina Tershiniak, who went through into the final. Tershiniak. And Leski went into the bronze medal.
Yeah.
Yeah, into repechage. So Nebekuma and Tershiniak. That will be interesting. So we hear the quarterfinals of the 81s. Fujiwara representing Japan in the white. Esposito of Italy in the blue. Sinagi attempt there from Esposito. Looking very busy out there.
Yeah.
We're halfway through with a Shido apiece.
He's having a strong day.
He's very fit, isn't he? He's a very fit athlete and very busy out there. And in some cases very busy doing very little. other than bouncing and making himself look as if he's engaging. And he's a clever fighter. He works hard, but without really overcommitting himself.
Yeah, and I think the other fighters can get a little bit frustrated or panicked, and that's what you could see here exactly. That's Fujiwara.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah. He's good at frustrating the life out of them, I would say, and he has done quite on a few occasions here.
Yeah. That's so difficult if you're fighting. You don't feel like you can get any control of your opponent, and then sometimes you start rushing.
A nice grip there, the left hand high on the collar, drawing his opponent down. Oh, that's dangerous. Very, very dangerous. But the block was there, and it was keeping the hips and the space between the Japanese and the Italian. They were too far away from each other, and Esposito really just did well in controlling that space between him and his opponent. Fujiwara really did threaten in that last opening seconds there. And that's the danger if he gets that high collar. Esposito there with the drop. Uchigari, nicely done, and no score.
No
score.
So another golden score.
But this time we've got the Shidos on top there, and Fujiwara there has 2 Shidos. So is he going to be phased by that? Well, I don't know. Esposito really is clever out there. Clever too. He's limiting himself to being vulnerable. He's clever. He's a very clever fighter, this Italian. And very fit indeed to be able to
keep moving
keep
like
moving
that.
And put that much effort in to looking busy. And that's what he does. He looks constantly busy all the time. That's frustrating. As you can see, the Japanese is just he's frustrated.
He is really frustrated.
He's getting up, he's shaking his head, he's looking at us to say, as soon as I get a feel of doing something, he drops. Yeah. He drops out of sight.
He drops, and he's never
and
in
strong
danger.
Enough. Yeah,
he's never
strong
in danger.
Enough. There again,
so
he
frustrating.
drops.
Yeah.
But there's the shimiwaza as he dropped and left his neck up. Well, that's from this angle we cannot tell, but
I think it was on the chin.
Fujiwara really was going for it. And I think that's what he could have seen. It was an advantage he had there that has just slipped away because Esposito, right, as soon as he feels any danger, bang, he's right out of sight. And he plays safe down in the ground, but he does enough to move his opponent. Now there he is, a good, well, there you have, the hand goes up, the Japanese is going, look, that is not a throw, but it's moving him.
Yeah.
That's the difference, it's moving. He might not think he's throwing, but he's actually dribbling. And well, that was a throw.
Actually,
and that was almost a score that time.
So I think maybe that's enough for the win.
Exactly.
You can see you can read the frustration.
The hands are going up, and he really is beside himself. He's like looking as if to say, "Do you really think that's judo?" Well, yeah. Think again. It's the judo that's beat you.
Yeah.
And he knows it. Esposito.
He's having a day of his life. He beat Muki, he beat Fujiwara now, so he's having a really great day.
And he's in the semi-finals, and he doesn't care what Fujiwara thinks about that. And I'm sure he's got a lot to think about that one. Well, it's definitely a style that's upset him no end. Well, Stuart McWatt is a young man from Great Britain that we have real high hopes for in the future. He's beautiful judo and has starting to come through quite nicely. But again, he's up against a favourite of mine, Matthias Cassi, that is a junior. But what
kind of a junior?
a junior, absolutely, he's amazing. The results that this young man from Belgium has got. He's a junior world champion.
He's really dynamic and has
Junior world champion in Zagreb. He got, let's see, in Agadir he got silver, and in The Hague he got a bronze. And we saw him in the earlier months of this year, and when you saw him compete, you just thought, no, this boy is definitely, and I say boy because he is such a young lad, he's going to be very special. And for me, Belgium was going to be in there, and I thought that there's two Belgium athletes that are participating in this weight catch, and I have hopes for both of them.
Yeah, I think in Belgium they're doing a really good job at the moment. I think there's a little bit more structure, so you can immediately see the results of that.
They've had a great structure for such a long time. A real dear friend of mine, Angelo Mendolia, who has worked with the cadets for so many years, has had a really good transition with all these young athletes that's come back with they've come with some real wonderful foundation in their judo to then move through to the different levels, and he's done a superb job, and he's one of the what I would say a very, very good coach. And he always keeps on saying he's going to be hanging up his judo gi, but they just won't let him go. He'll be going on the mat. He'll be going on the mat with a Zimmer frame, trying to coach these young athletes. But he's got a good way with them, and I think a certain amount of that is reflecting on what we're seeing now coming through all the ranks, with the skills that these young athletes are producing at senior level.
So a little bit over half of the time, and one Shido for Matthias Kasse.
Well, with Stuart McWatt, he's, like I've said, he's a brilliant judo player. He really has got nice technique.
Oh, we almost managed to get the arm there on Nevasa.
He's a little bit of a powerhouse, though, Stuart McWatt.
You see that he suddenly can go to another angle. That's, for me, it's really great quality. Although he was doing it, he had to be moving a little bit more.
He moves like a lightweight.
Yeah.
He actually is so agile. For someone of 81 kilos, he's so flexible and he's so adaptable, isn't he? And the speed of entry, that's Cianagi. But it's very well anticipated by Stuart McWatt. His aerial awareness as he's going over, he can feel that coming, and he reacts so well. But the problem is that now there's been a few of the Cianagis now being displayed, and there's the second Shido there for Stuart McWatt. So he now has to start coming into play. He has to start doing some work here. Cianagi, he But he's
And
left his neck open there, and there's the shimmy wuzzer. It's
Yeah,
on, and
that
there's the
was
submission.
so much quality, really.
Lovely. So, Matthias Casse,
I am really
Belgium,
impressed
goes
with
through.
this guy, and I think he's just starting his career. You know.
I'm glad you're impressed. I loved him with the first time I saw him on the World Tour, and I just thought, no, that is definitely an athlete that's worth watching every time. He's someone that we're going to see on an Olympic podium. He's just got those skills, that physical and mental maturity in his approach to this level of competition, and he's so young. He's got the only thing that's stopping him is that you hope that he stays injury free, and that there is no hurdles that he has to climb to progress steadily in
Look
the
at
way
that.
he is. But he really capitalised on that, didn't he? Poor Stuart McWatt there really
Look
didn't
at
see that one
how
coming.
short is the transition. He's immediately on there
Speed.
and knows what to do. You know, knows which way to move.
He knew
That
he
was
was on the
great.
end of that shimmy wuzzer before Stuart McWatt realised that was all over and done
Yep.
with. It was around his neck.
So we just turned to the quarterfinal under 73 kilos with Rustam Orjov and Martin Hojak for Slovenia.
Well, this is again going to be a very interesting match. And what's nice is Orijov is the number 1 seed in this weight category.
Yep.
World silver medalist last year. In Dusseldorf this year was silver, and in Zagreb last year was the champion. So
Yep.
can he retain his title from this? Obviously a lucky place for him. He's a place that he likes performing at, this Olympic silver medalist, but he's still got to get past the Slovenian, and can he do that? Well, he's got a nice strong grip there. He looks very comfortable indeed, but there's the Uchimata, but
He's
the
so
Osota Makokomi, can he get a
Just
rotation?
didn't have enough.
Just didn't get that rotation. He landed face forward,
yeah, on the
and he just restricted his own rotation. If he'd actually landed on his side, he could have had that.
yeah, and if he had a little bit, the arm a little bit more on top, then
Yeah.
he would have got it. Martin Hojak really has to start attacking with 2 Shidos.
Well, we are talking
Yeah.
halfway through. He's still got halfway to go, and he's 2 Shidos down. It's
Yep.
not the ideal situation for him.
No, but let me see what's gonna happen now. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just doesn't get a grip of Rustam Orjov.
So Orijov of Azerbaijan goes through to the semi-final of the under 73, but who will that be with? Well, we'll be seeing that a little bit later on. We'll see that coming up very shortly.
On match 2, the winner is Rustam Orjov from Azerbaijan, and he will be in semi-final in category under 73 kilos. On match 2, quarterfinal in category under 73 kilos, two judoka representing Ukraine.
Well, that next match is coming up now with Djokova of Kosovo in the white, and Humala of the Ukraine.
Yeah,
in-
Ako Gyokova is really starting to get there with the. Yeah, he's having big wins at the moment, same as his sister. They're like
His
breaking
sister,
through at the
yes.
same moment.
Yeah, they're doing very well, aren't they, the pair of them? I bet there's some real fights in their household.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm sure there is, and I'm sure she's on the she gives it out, and quite sure she's the tougher one of the pair of them.
But I think it can be so nice if you have your brother and sister and
Oh,
you
it's
can motivate each
lovely.
other.
It's
You
absolutely
can share your
lovely.
experience.
Yes.
I think it's really great.
That encouragement that's given
Mhm.
to each other. They don't know how much support, and it's that trust factor, isn't it? You know, your big brother or your sister's going to be supporting you 100%, and be honest with you as well. But he's having a little bit of a limp to himself there, and it's obviously picked up a niggly injury there. I wouldn't say it's
Mhm.
serious, but something that was a little bit frustrating for him. Well, Jakovo there going for that Oso Tagari. He's got a Shido at the moment. Good strong grip. But Ukraine, as you can see, is coming
Ooh,
round.
yeah.
He's going onto that belt. He's trying to desperately get the hips in place for the lift.
I love it when judoka are so close together because you know some action is gonna happen.
Yeah, you're going to get something very dynamic,
Yeah.
can't you? If they can connect and just get the hips under the centre of gravity.
Mhm.
Well, the second Shido now, and Jakovo's just with the arms up. He doesn't
Yeah,
realise what that's all about, but it's swiftly taken away, as you see.
Mhm.
So it's gone back to one Shido, which I think is right, because I don't think he deserved a second one within this time scale.
Ukrainian really keeping his head away from Jakova. Oh, that was such a nice turn. That was beautiful.
Oh, yes!
Wow.
Oh, don't you love it? That was just sweet. That was some really nice judo,
I
wasn't
think
it?
that's one of my favorites of today.
Oh,
Seriously.
I love that.
I hope we can get a replay of that.
That
That
was
would be
just perfect. The timing of that couldn't have been any better.
Yeah, but sometimes you just know exactly where your legs where your legs have to go, and you can.
But the
Get them
Ukraine
into the
didn't
right
even
position.
see the
No.
danger in that.
I don't think
He
so.
did not see the danger. On here we've got it. His head went down. He thought he was safe. He came up. He still
he
thought he was safe.
switched.
And he went, oh my goodness, I'm
That's
back
so
on my back.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Because he tried to turn into the other direction all of a sudden.
Look, he just played safe. He thought he was okay.
Yeah, but normally he would, Jakova would fall to the right, and now he would turn into
Yeah,
a
he would
judo
take
roll.
him forward.
Yes.
Yeah, like a forward roll. But no, he took him backwards. He actually went the other direction.
Yeah, and that's really smart. And because Komula was pretty high up, he was doing that. If he's really down on his stomach, it's really difficult to do
I
that.
just love that.
Yeah, that was one of the highlights.
That was a nice little bit of judo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That is definitely a technique that you would take back to your team and drill, isn't it? Because it's a scenario that we see so many times of the head going down into the niwaza, and it being a mate.
Yeah.
Or someone trying to get up and trying to throw. He just timed that perfect, and that movement was just superb for that positioning.
Now there's another quarter final here between Abdelram Ramam, I hope I say it correctly, Mohammed, and yeah, can you say the other name? It's
I
really
can't even see it with
No,
these
that's
glasses.
why.
It's quite small print on our screen. Let's see here in the...
It's Alexios Netatsidis of Greece. And Mohammed caused an upset today by beating Lapinagov of Russia.
Oh, right.
And he never had a Grand Prix or Grand Slam medal, I see here.
Adel
Yeah.
Rahman.
So he's won the watch.
Oh. Well, Mohammed there trying to swiftly turn his opponent over.
Strong gripping.
Natana Dizzy of Greece. Backpedaling a little bit, looking slightly apprehensive, isn't he, against his opponent?
Oh, that was close. Just couldn't get his hip in completely.
Natana did see there, just trying to get that finishing on that rotation.
In the meantime, Tommy Masias won his repercharge fight against Arthur Margelidon. So he will be up for bronze later on. Again, here you can see that the jacket is so loose that it's gonna be hard to get control of that. Both getting Shido for not attacking.
Well, it's a real battle of Shido apiece with these two, but neither one of them any closer of throwing.
But Mohammed throwing in some nice techniques. Oof. Did you see that?
Oh,
That was some nice moving.
well, he ties up the arm there. He's looking, well, I don't think he's looking to, he's just wanting the clock to tick away nicely, but he should be looking a little bit more busier down there to secure more time in the Niwaza. But just felt a little bit relieved that he's actually got a score on the board now, with the timing being very good as well. But there was a Kosota there, and that was a good attack from Mohammed.
It really is a good fight because they're
It's-
both showing good skill. They're kind of open to fight, you know, they don't lock it down completely.
That's it.
It's really nice.
There's Niyashiwaza to break his opponent down to come through. He's got a good strong grip.
And
up
I'm
until
like,
then.
and I like Mohammed. He's gripping up really high on the right and then switching to the left. But I think he has a little bit of trouble with the jacket of the.
He had the
Greek guy.
Ouchigari there. There was an opportunity missed with the Ouchigari. But like you say, I think that was a result of missing it because of the jacket, just the gi just going all over the place. Where he thought he had a secure grip, it was too loose.
But he's gonna get another chance. He still has a chance of getting a medal. So Netanatsidis is gonna be in the semi-finals in 81 kilogram.
Well, would you have predicted that one? Well, he went under the radar for
Yeah,
me at
for
the
me
beginning
too.
of the day. I didn't see that one at all.
I think it's nice to switch to mat number 3 now to Fabio Basile and Tora
Oh,
Butbol.
yes. This should be semi-final. And what a semi-final.
Halfway gone. Both have a Shido. Oh, now there's a second Shido coming up for Butbol, so the pressure is on. Well, let's see what's going on here with Basile. Wow. That was a really nice Ouchigari attempt. Really low, didn't seem dangerous in the beginning, but he kept going on. No
Well,
score, but it was a
yeah.
good attempt. Yeah, Basile seems to have trouble with his right foot.
Football. Oh well, that could have been dangerous.
Yeah.
That didn't look comfortable there. What he was trying to attempt there is beyond me. I could not see what Basile was trying to do.
Sometimes you have
there.
to be creative, but maybe
That-
this was a little bit too creative.
Well, too creative for a semi-final. That's all I could say. But no, it just looked like he'd actually
was
threw
poor.
himself flat on his back. And the thing is, it was that unusual that Butbol didn't even see that one coming. He
No.
wasn't sure either. He couldn't have anticipated that sort of move. Well, we have a bit of a trait going on here, the Cianagi. But like you say, he looks to be plagued with that right foot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
It's caused him a few problems.
But the problem is, many of his attacks are not so dangerous, so you get more comfortable, you think you can stop it, and then suddenly there's going to be a good attack again.
Well, there again we're seeing the Cianagi. So we've seen the Cianagi twice, right? He has a bit of a routine.
Yeah.
So there's two Shidos apiece now, so a bit dangerous with half a minute remaining. So we've seen two. That's a very, very poor drop. Now, he's lucky if he
To not
doesn't.
get a
He's
Shido.
very, very lucky if he doesn't get Shido for that. That was so poorly timed. Basile has
That was
stretched
too
himself
far,
a little bit there, but he still got the reaction. But we're now into golden score. Now we've seen two Cianagis there for Basile, and I think we're waiting now for the Cianagi Ochi or the Kochigari. He did it in the
Let's
last
see.
time when he was golden score.
Let's see what's going to happen.
It tends to be a bit of a trait with him.
Mm-hmm.
He's shown that Cianagi. I don't know what's happened there, but a little bit of a stumble. He just timed that a little bit poorly there. I think we've still got the Cianagi combination here. Still waiting for that. It's coming, there's no doubt about it.
No, and the problem is for Butbol that he doesn't get a grip of him, so he really needs to start attacking, otherwise he's going to get
That's
another
two
Shido.
strong attacks there.
Yeah.
Two strong attacks.
Yeah, it's
That's
enough.
it. It's
Yeah.
enough. He's going to get another penalty at Butbol. Plus, he had that drop, which was so blatant. I thought he deserved a Shido for that on his own. But in fairness to the referee, he's just let that one slide. But
Yeah, but it must be so frustrating for a Butbol.
oh yeah. Butbol doesn't think that he's going to get a penalty here. Fabio's thinking, yeah, I hope he does.
Yeah, that's it.
So Fabio Basile goes into the final of the under 73 kilo category. So now we have Fujiwara of Japan in the white with Stuart Mutwatt of Great Britain in the blue. Now this is a repechage, so for these gentlemen it's their last chance that they have for an opportunity of fighting for a medal. Both have had very strong, solid performances.
I think Fujiwara didn't expect to be in the rapid charge today.
No, I don't think so. So he'll be pretty disappointed with this. Again, for McWatt, it's another good performance for this young athlete that's coming through. And
Well, he wants to get more out of it than of 7th.
but it'll be, yes,
I guess.
definitely would want to just increase that performance to medaling now a lot more frequently. A little bit of stalemate going on here at the edge of the mat. Neither one of them really wanting to sacrifice, but Stuart McWatt gets punished for that, where he obviously was pulling down on the sleeve and not using it. So as a negative infringement of the gripping, picks up that Shido. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
I thought it was a little bit quickly, but then he managed to give another pull.
Yes, yeah,
so
it was
not bad. It looks like Fujiwara is a little bit more in control, but I think Stuart McWatt can come up with some.
Well, Stuart McWatt,
surprises,
he's got some nice judo, yeah, so he's skillful, but is he experienced enough against Fujiwara?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Well, there you have. Wazari scored, and now he's securing the Osakomi, but Stuart
It's
McWatt's
really
very powerful, but it looks as if he could get out of that.
Yeah,
It
but
just
it's only
shows
10
you the
seconds.
power
Yeah.
of the Japanese to be able to secure that for so long. And there you have the slap of the tatami. Stuart McWatt very, very frustrated with themselves. Fujiwara goes through to the bronze medal match of the under 81 kilos. So he'll battle away for a place on that podium a little bit later on.
On May 3, the winner is Fujiwara from Japan, and he will be in flight for bronze medal category under 81 kilos.
So now an exciting semi-final. Antonio Esposito, who's having a really strong day in fighting in white, and Matthias Kasser fighting in blue, and is basically also having a good day.
Yes, well, this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and let's see if Esposito can also frustrate Kasser.
Well, who would you predict? Well, for me, I'm going for Matthias Kassi there, because I'd put him down as a favourite right at the beginning of the day. But Esposito was one of them that I said that you had to keep an eye on. And he hasn't sort of let us down at all with that. But for me, Kasei is the one that I think has just been a little bit sharper here today. But Esposito, a very clever fighter.
Yep.
There's no
I
doubt
think
about
Esposito
it.
in tactics was really great today. That's how he beat his opponents. But Matthias Kasser
Definitely.
showed such great judo
No.
and attractive judo.
Oh, Uchigari there. No, that's nice. He's a little bit like Fabio there. He's obviously taken some real tips from his teammate, Basil.
Yeah, there are some similarities in
Yes,
the judo.
very, very similar. There was the Ippon Seanagi attempt, and he switched it to the Uchigari.
Yep.
And Kassi didn't even see that one coming, but luckily enough for Mateus, he didn't get a score against himself, and I think that would have been quite a difficult challenge then to come back from that against Esposito, that's tactically so clever.
Yeah.
Kasi. Their attempt of a Sutemi Waza. Again, he tried that, but he
wasn't really
cross-grip.
dangerous with that.
No. I think he gave too much of a message saying, "Here I come" with that one.
Yeah.
Wasn't anywhere close of or as effective as the last time he did that.
That was beautiful.
Nice.
A little bit more control of the arm and he would have gone over. Another Uchigari. But he doesn't seem to get really close or dangerous with Matthias Kasse. And also Matthias Kasse doesn't seem too frustrated.
No, that's true.
He actually looks really relaxed.
Well, what I think he's doing, he's not fallen into the trap that so many others have done so far by getting himself all upset and worked up about it. He's just biding his time, and this is what I like about Cassis is that he's so mature in the way he approaches his contests.
There he was getting closer, and that was actually a good attack from Antonio Esposito.
But this is where he comes into play. This rotation.
Yeah.
There's a turnover there, nicely done, but just didn't secure the legs well enough on that rotation. Well, there's plenty out there shouting Shido. Why? Because I think both of them have been very tactically aware, unless they're shouting for another match that we can't see.
They actually are, because in the meantime Hoyak went just beat the Ukrainian Komula. So he can go up for bronze.
So Hoyak went through to the bronze medal fight. So here we have a Shido now for Cassie.
I think I'm really tempted to go to mat number 2. What do you think? Although this is a really exciting match as well. Stick with this one.
Yes, because it's the semi-final, and then we'll quickly go across.
I think that's a good idea.
Orijov, but I think it is. It's a real dilemma. You've put me on the spot.
No, but
I want to see both.
Yeah, but I think it's nice because we're watching this match fight since the beginning, so and it's been a good one.
Oh, there was it was a very unusual movement there, wasn't it? It looked a little bit uncomfortable, but
starting with the solo and then
looked dangerous in some way, didn't it? Because movements like that can, on a good day, pay off and pay off very well. And would you have done something like that in a semi-final when it's so close? That's the difficulty, isn't it?
I think Matthias Kasse has to watch out to not look too passive now.
Yes.
Yakovas just scored Yuko on the other mat, so if you want to watch that, you can click on that. Oh, again, that was a nice movement.
Well, it's going to be really a tough one here, but We're just in a minute now of golden score. These athletes have been battling away for 5 minutes.
It's a shame that he cannot control the arm because he's under so good,
Yes.
so well.
Well, gosh, it's so close. Again, another strong attack, but
I do like this sort of Esposito.
Yeah.
I think it's smart to work on the arm a little bit more.
well, this is where the tactics are going to come in, and this is where Esposito is in his element, isn't he, really? This is his forte. He knows how to work a contest tactically. Well, Jacovo threw for Ipon there, and he takes himself into the final of the under 73 kilos. As we battle away here, we could have actually gone across and then come back and still been where we are right now, with one Shiro and no score at the moment, and 2 minutes in golden score.
Matthias Koss is really under pressure now, I think. So, trying to do everything to not look passive.
Oh, how long can these athletes just keep going there? There's two, well, Cassis is with 2 Shiros, one more would result in the hand sokimaki.
It would be a little bit sad if he would get
It
a
would.
third Shido, because
It's
he's shown such dynamic and good judo.
and
so-
it's just not happening here
No.
in this contest, is it? The semi-final. You have 2 strengths here, one technical input, and then you've got Esposito, who's tactically very
Yeah.
astute.
Oh, they're gonna give it.
Hey, so technique overcomes
Yeah.
tactics.
It was just quick enough, the transition
Yeah,
to.
he
from-
he
yeah.
got enough space. It looked. I wasn't sure whether he got much of a lift on it, but obviously, well, the care system will have another good, strong look at that, and I wonder, and we'll be able to get a replay of that, hopefully, so we can see what the possibility that they're looking at to judge that on. Well, they're
No.
taking it off. Yeah, it looked pretty low, but nevertheless, a good attack, which really takes the pressure off him slightly, knowing that he's done that sort of move. But
That's
there's
nice,
another attack as well. But Esposito hasn't got any Shidos on the board at this moment, so he can. For him, tactically, he'll just try and play this game now right to the end. Yeah, it was a roll, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it
Rather, they
was.
didn't get much of a lift on there, and that's where they took off the Wazari. Fairness to the referee, he was on the wrong side to see how much leverage he had on that counter.
Gus is the one who's looking a little bit more active now, and Esposito starts to look tired, but doesn't say anything.
Yeah, the technique now is going to be the real
Yeah.
threat for Esposito, because for 8
He's getting
minutes
tired now,
he's
yeah.
getting tired. So he's worked hard like that right from the right from the beginning. Now, Tominagi attempt.
That was not so strong. So
I thought that was a bit of an iffy one, and it's
Yeah.
not one I would attempt with
It's-
2 Shidos on the board, and I think they could have been looking at maybe
it's a dangerous moment to do that. That's for sure.
it's a silly movement to make, really. He needs to be so much more precise, and he's already shown what he's capable of doing, and he does look, he hasn't put as much in as what Esposito has. He's really drained himself in fighting the way he has done, looking very, very busy out there.
So in the meantime, we already could have watched 2 fights. But
Yes.
it's a very good fight, so
Just
I'm
shows
happy to
you,
watch
isn't
this
it?
one. Wow. So technique does overcome tactic.
And you know what? Yes, I'm pleased with that.
Yeah,
I
me
am.
too.
I am pleased with that. Even though I think Esposito he is overexcelled himself. He has
Mhm.
defeated some really strong opponents out there, but there's only so much you should be able to go by doing tactical judo. And for me, Matthias Cassi has been technically very sound, and he's got beautiful judo. And that judo has prevailed. He's taken his time, and he's it's come through for him, and a place in the final. But the Italian will go down, and he'll go up into fight for a bronze medal.
Yep.
On mat 3, the winner is Matthias Kassa from Belgium, and he is the finalist in category under 81 kilos. Antonio Esposito from Italy will fight for a bronze medal. This was the last fight on mat number 3.
So the last semi-final of the day. Oh, it's already finished, so Dominic wrestles into the final.
So, right, well, we've actually had a lot of excitement here today, there's no doubt about it. And but let's see if we can sort of recap on what we've seen between us. I think we've got some sheets, contest sheets completed. I think we should have them both together and what we've seen throughout the day. Always difficult when there's so many mats going on to actually keep up with what's happening on the other mats when we're watching some really exciting judo. But let's sort of go through with it. We'll start with the women. Let's a bit of female domination, as we would call it. And we had obviously 63 kilos, where we had 26 athletes at the beginning of the day. And the number 1 seed was Tershignac, Tina.
Yeah.
And she's not let us down, has she?
She didn't. And I think for me, this is the dream final. Tina Tershignac and Nabakura Nami. So I think she's a real contender for Tina Tershignac. And it's not going to be an easy fight for her, so we're going to see some action in the final. That's really nice.
Again, it's there's a lot of experience with Tina Tershignac. She's been on that position so many times, and but we have someone who's really hungry and nipping away, wanting to get through there. And so your predictions on that? I know what mine is. What's yours?
I think today I'm going to go with Nabakura Nami.
Oh,
Although Tershignac looks strong, but just to have a little bit of a...
Well,
because
do you
you're
know what,
probably going to go with Tershignac,
I'm
right?
going with Tershignac.
I'm gonna vote for her too, but you know, you have to make up
Well,
a little bit.
you
for
just
the
want a
change.
balance there.
Yeah.
But Tershignac is the one for me.
She's looking super strong and
She's
composed.
looking comfortable out
Yeah.
there, isn't she? And she's looked very much an Olympic champion for me. And so I just think she will do it today. And it's been a tough order for her, but she's defeated some really good athletes all the way through.
She
The
did.
bronze medals, right? Well, this is one that I couldn't get complete. I know we have Leski here, which is the teammate of Tershignac,
Yep.
and again she has performed really well. And it's like the saying, success breeds success, and you're starting to see Leski's coming more and more onto the podium and taking medals, but she's coming up and giving some great performance that she's really going to start, I think, in the next 12 months, start challenging Tina in Turkey.
She is, and I think
Pushing
she just has to really focus on her own road, you know. Tina is super on top. You cannot really influence that, so she just has to fight her own fights and just continue the way she's doing, because she's really growing. And
she's up against Castilhos.
Yeah, from Brazil.
Yes. Now, Castilhos, she's got nice judo, hasn't she?
Yeah, she does. She got technical skill, she got good throwing skill, so I'm thinking this is going to be a nice fight.
It's going to be, do you know what, there's strengths there on both sides. Castilhos has got beautiful tachiwaza.
Yep.
She can throw, there's no doubt about it. But Leski's actually got nice niwaza. Her niwaza is really hot and has been working for her today. So, but I think Castilhos might do it today.
Well, let's see.
I think she might get that bronze medal. Also, we have down in the other bronze medal. Well, who have we got? Because this is one that we've got.
Yeah, we've got Catherine Boschmin-Pinar from Canada against Martina Traidos from Germany. And I think in 63, Martina Traidos is the more experienced fighter. She's been around for quite a while. She knows her opponents, but Boschmin-Pinar coming from 57, she's really found her way in her new weight category, and she's looking strong today. She has nice skills. She's good seonages, and I'm really curious if she can get through to Traidos.
Yes, I straight away, my thoughts based on what I've seen and the performances here today, Traidos is the one for me for that bronze medal. I think she just looks very sharp, and she's definitely on form. And deserves to be on that podium.
I think so too.
So here we have the under 70 kilos. Well, we have a few upsets here. Well, one upset really. We have Bernholm, who was the number 1 seed going into this competition, and 28 athletes participating, but was defeated by, well, it was always going to be a tough one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When we looked at this weight category at the beginning, and we joked about it because obviously I had spoke to Sally Conway, who's actually in here fighting for a bronze medal. She even said, I'm glad I'm in the bottom half of this draw because when you looked at A and B, the amount of athletes that had to come through there, and it was always going to be very, very difficult, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But Ono is in that final, and she has performed extremely well and defeated Bernholm for a place in that final position. But Nayang, she had in the semi-final.
Fight.
So that was a good match.
But also I think Ono Yoko may not be the top seed, but she's not going everywhere. You know, you have so many Japanese.
That's it.
So she doesn't have as much points, but it doesn't say so much about her qualities.
It's true, because when you look at the results that she's had, she won a gold medal in Düsseldorf. She also won the Tokyo Grand Slam, and she won the, I think it was Agadir.
Could be. That
So
I don't know.
3 gold medals, bump, 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 and you think, well, where was she seeded? Well, she wasn't. She was in Pool A with Bernholm. So she wasn't even seeded on that sort of top 4. So it was just thrown into the mix, and she's come out as the number 1 spot within that semi-final against Gahia.
Yeah,
So
Gahia, Mariev Gahia, it's the other finalist. I really like that because it's gonna be. She is the strongest of the weight category, one of the strongest, and Ono Yoko is one of the best, and she has the best judo skills. So let's see what happens there.
well, I thought the big test was when we talk about strengths.
Yeah.
We had the semi-final where we had Sally Conway, and we had Gay in that semi-final, and these were 2 athletes that are very, very similar, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
But Gay, she really played with her, didn't she? She
She
looked very, very strong. She is definitely the one that was on form. Now, in fairness to Sally Conway, speaking to her, she hasn't been physically that good. She's had an upset stomach that has really plagued her throughout the competition. So for her to get into a bronze medal position, I think she's, based on how she's actually physically feeling right now, I think she'll be quite happy to just take a medal. Because I think in the first round, when she was going on the mat, she didn't know whether she wanted to get thrown for a pon or go to the toilet and miss the fight completely. So it was one of these sort of things for her. And so to see her fighting down there for a bronze medal, I think if she takes that medal, she'll be,
and
she'll be delighted.
She has a little bit of rest, so she can get some food in maybe and some fluid, hopefully. And then she's up for her next fight. And I really like this fight with Sanne van Dijken. Sanne van Dijken showed really strong judo, and the last time they fought was in World Championship.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a rematch. And I think last time Sally Conway could really manage to control the arm of Sanne van Dijken, and that really blocked her judo.
Well,
so let's see if she found a solution for that.
Well, I was very impressed with Sanne van Dijken in Hoi Hot, China, when she fought and she won that, and she was, for me, was amazing that day. And she's again been very impressive. And but both athletes deserve a medal, there's no doubt about it. But when we looked at 28 athletes, and you could say most probably 10 of them deserve to be on that podium and only 4 can. So to get a place here today is a great achievement for any of these athletes, I feel. And then we have down at the repechage at the bottom, Olivia and Ineng. Well, both. That's going to be a battle again, isn't it?
And it's a little bit of a surprise for me because I didn't know Amanda Oliveira, but she showed smart judo. She's a little bit, we talked about a little bit like Portela. She's keeping the distance, and then suddenly she comes in with a seonage, and she managed to be really dangerous with that. She defeated the home favorite Barbara Matic, which was a big upset.
That was a massive big upset, wasn't it, for the home nation? They were obviously devastated with that.
And I think she's gonna fight Asma Niang for the bronze, and she has to make sure she's not going to be eaten up by Asma Niang, so it's going to be interesting to see that.
Well, we said, didn't we, when we were watching Oliveira, that she was very much like very much like her teammate. She's that solid, sort of smaller account, but then she's up with exactly the same type of style, isn't she?
She is.
So this is going to be a massive clash between the pair of them, I feel. So it'll be interesting. I really couldn't predict which way these bronze medals will go. I'm really going to sit on the fence here because I really don't know. Based on their performance, I wouldn't commit myself because both of them deserve both bronze medal. All 4 deserve a bronze medal. There's no doubt about it. So whoever gets there, well, congratulations. That's all I can say.
Yep.
So there isn't a real favoritism there going into that.
So, but good 70 fights today. I really enjoyed.
Yes, 73 kilos. Well, there's 57 athletes. Started off in the beginning. Orojov, it was the number 1 seed, and we find him down in fighting for a bronze medal.
Yeah, I think he was upset. And Akil Gyakova, he's been showing such a great judo. We already spoke about him. He really broke through. And today he was beating Rostam Orojov in a really good way. So, he's up for fireworks. But what about his opponent?
Azil, well, what can we say about this young man from Italy? Well, all I know, he loves the centre stage. He loves the attention. He is a showman. That's all I know as far as I feel. And He's a clever fighter, but he did look a little bit tired in that semi-final. I think he was stretched a little bit in the semi-final against football. And I just think that Jakova, for me, has been
constant.
He's been progressing throughout the stages here today. And that was the biggest challenge, his semi-final. And he just pulled it out. That was it. He really did give a good display of himself. So I'm going to go for Jakova for the gold medal. And I know Basil will be sitting there going, what is she talking about?
Well, let him prove wrong.
Yes, well, but I'm sure he will because I think he'll just get his back up about that I just never voted for him. But it's going to be an exciting match. We do know that. Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting one. And then we have the repechage. Well, again, this is one where I've not managed. I've got the bottom one, which is Tommy Matthias of Sweden and Orojov.
What about that one? I think Orojov is the one with the more experience, with the bigger results.
Totally agree.
For me, I'm maybe gonna vote for Tommy Matthias because he's been looking so solid in the last months. He's super clever fighter. So he might give Rustam Orzhov a really big upset.
Do you know what? I think you've got something there. I think Orzhov, he's got a lot of experience under his belt. He's got some fantastic results, and it's hopefully Tommy Macias doesn't feel intimidated by that, knowing that the sort of strength of this man, that it might change him in how he approaches this contest instead of being what he has been, and that's very super confident going through the stages here today and in previous competitions. So again, I would like to see Sweden go through. Definitely, I'd like to see Tommy get that bronze medal, but I've got that sort of suspicion that Orzhov
Might be a little bit too big still.
just still that little bit too experienced at this particular moment. So
And for the other bronze medal, we have Hojak from Slovenia and Thor Butbul from Israel. So I didn't see so much yet from Hojak, but I think he's a big talent. He showed some good skill today. And let's see if he's up for Thor Butbul still, because he's so strong.
He's actually been one that's under the radar today. We've not really seen too much of him. We've been passing through in different mats, so he's not one that's come across us too much, but Butbul has. And but yeah, I think he might come through, but I'm going to go for Butbul on this one. I think he, based on his performance against Basil, he really stretched him there. I think he's always been a real strong contender, and when it comes to the sort of final places, he seems to step it up a gear and seems to push himself that little bit more to gain a result. So for me, I'll go for Butbul.
Yeah, but it is a shame though that we didn't see Hojak so much today. So
yes, I know. So
we have to change that the next time.
Yes,
I guess he proved that.
It's always difficult, isn't it? It's really difficult to catch up with everybody when there's 3 mats going on at the same time.
It is.
So right, well, talk us through 81 kilos, because we've been quite excited about this one, haven't we?
did.
Right,
But again, someone who we didn't see so much today is Dominic Gressel, who made it to the final. And he's gonna fight against Matthias Kasse. And Matthias Kasse we watched a lot, and I was really impressed with his judo. He has such great skill, and I think he has like a really bright future, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
It's just started, and he's already getting big medals in the 81 kilo and looking confident, looking really like an adult, you know. He's already
he's matured, hasn't he?
Mature,
He's
that's
got
what I mean.
Really lovely mature approach in his judo, and for me, Cassie, I said right at the beginning, see, there's the marks I put down, and those were the ones I predicted that we had to watch, and Cassie is the one that I predict to get through based on a couple of times that I've seen him out there on the circuit. He's a junior world champion. Agadir, he got silver, and the Hague, he got bronze medal. So for someone so young, he is picking up some amazing, really mature medals there, isn't he? And he was challenged here against the Italian. He was, for me, he was... Tactically, he was a very good fighter, wasn't he? And that was challenged, but the maturity and the judo, it was the technical judo that came through at the end.
Yeah, that's what I always love to see.
And that's what I really like. Yeah. So I'd like to see him take.
But it's going to be a really
medal.
Interesting fight, because Dominic Gressel already is more experienced, and it's going to be so much fun to watch. That's for sure.
It will be. It'll definitely be some interesting matches.
Yeah.
And in wrestle, in Dusseldorf, he also took a bronze medal, and in the European Championships last year was silver medalist. So he's got some really good results under his belt.
And he beat some good people
He
already.
had some really, he's been challenged. He's had some tough matches on his way up here, and so it'll be interesting to see this match and how it comes out. Esposito, well, what can we say about that man? A tactical man of the world, and
he
has battled away throughout the whole tournament. Tactically so sound in his performance, and has a little bit of a flair of Fabio Basil with the Sianagi and the Ouchigari that we've seen a few times. What do you reckon? I think he could come through.
He could, and the main thing is for Ekutitsa, because that's going to be his opponent, to not be frustrated, keep doing his own judo, and not go with the pace of Esposito, because he's going to have a high pace. He's going to all the time be first to attack. So yeah, it's gonna be difficult for Egotitsa, I think.
Yeah. Well,
Although
yeah. Although it all depends, because like when we see with Cassie, he was doing exactly the same,
yeah,
and it looked as if it was going to go all horribly wrong for Cassie.
yeah, that's
But
true.
he managed to stay very calm, and that was the winning ingredient for him. He didn't get upset, did he?
No, he didn't.
Never raised to that.
At least he
situation.
didn't look upset.
He
Maybe
didn't-
he
no,
was.
No, and
What-
that was the thing. He didn't look like he was getting flustered. It wasn't the sort of body language of the hands going up and the looking to the referee as if to say, look, he's not doing anything. He just stayed calm.
Yeah.
He stayed focused, and it came through for him. And this is where Equidisky, if he can do this, then he's got a chance. But if he does what every other opponent has done throughout the day, well, forget it.
Yeah, that's it.
Esposito is going to win.
And it would be a nice reward for Esposito because he really had a good day.
And the last bronze medal fight.
Yeah, it's Fujiwara from Sotaro from Japan. So he was really talking about frustrated. He was super frustrated fighting
Totally.
Esposito.
Totally.
And he let that frustration get to him. So that was a mistake of him. And I think he recovered in the rapid charge, and now he wants to get the bronze medal, of course.
Yes, definitely.
And he has a really surprising contender, you call it like that.
Yes.
And it's Alexios Natanatsidis. I'm gonna ask how you say that exactly,
yes.
because it's not the easiest name, but yeah, he's a surprise.
Yeah. He has come out from nowhere, hasn't he? We're sort
Yeah.
of looking at him, but I'm sure there's a little bit of history that really has gone under the radar for us, and that I'm quite sure someone will bring to our attention. But yes, he's someone that we really didn't see coming through.
No.
We were so focused
on
on
Lapinagov, yeah.
on the number one seed, yes, and we didn't see that one happening, did we really?
No.
So it'll be interesting to see how that, but I think Fujiwara,
Maybe it's a bridge too far for
Possibly.
for the Greek guy. So
yeah, but
let's see.
we'll just have to wait and see.
yeah.
Well, we will be having an opening ceremony that will start at 4 o'clock, I believe, or 4:30?
I think it's 4:30.
4:30,
Yeah.
and we will commence with the final block of all these weight categories starting at 5. So I do hope you'll join us again, where we will watch the highlights and the finales of what has been
Yep.
some really exciting first matches, hasn't it?
It was a great
So
day.
thank you from myself, Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and Esther Stam for joining us, and we'll see you a little bit later. Goodbye.
Bye.